Hello! Welcome to Saturday Afternoon Adventures. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. Today, Unsecret Crush will be joining us from chat. She's doing some drawing in Clip Studio Paint. We're here to play King's Quest V. First of all, Culinary Disaster, thank you very much for that resub. Greatly appreciate it. And Monica, thank you for that follow, and congratulations on an excellent username. Welcome. I'm stream ghosting from the other room. Yes. So, King's Quest V, I'm very excited about. I'm also very excited I have the box to show you. And not just the box. All these floppy disks. In the manual, and extra special, original early 90s maps. All kinds of goodies. Please describe for people the smell of the box. I would rather not. It doesn't smell great. As I've mentioned on some previous streams, my box of old video game boxes suffered some water damage at one point. This one didn't get too bad. Like my King's Quest 3 box, I could not recover that one. It was just too gross. But this one, as long as I don't pull out the inner box, it doesn't look too bad. The inner box is very warped, and so it's got a very strong mildew smell. Hey, Apton, good to see you. Did I say hi to Valis? Hello, good to see you all. So King's Quest V, once again, by Roberta Williams. And I'm going to be playing the Macintosh version, which you can see over there. That's my Mac OS 7.6 desktop I have set up for the game. I even have an original, I think it's dated 1996, so this wouldn't have been the first time I played the game, but I do have a save file on there from many, many years ago that was along with my backup of the hard drive that had the game installed on it. So the game was originally released in November 1990. It was the first fully point-and-click game from Sierra. So unlike the previous games, there's basically no typing in this one, except for maybe your save games. Everything, there's a strip of icons along the top, and you choose like walk. There's a hand icon for interacting with things. There's a talk icon, and you do all your actions that way. It cost $1 million to make. Sierra used animation techniques similar to The Little Mermaid by rotoscoping live actors for the framework of the character sprites and the animation frames, and the background scenes were all hand-drawn, painted, and then scanned in. So this has basically, pixel images, unlike the vector images we've seen in the previous games where at one point, a previous stream, I showed how it's actually drawing lines and filling in shapes in the earlier games, whereas this one is basically a hand-painted background that was scanned in and stored in a pixel-based format. $1 million for a game seems like such a small number now. Yeah, it really does, but like for the time period, that seems like a huge budget. I'd be really curious, like adjusted for inflation and everything, how much that comes out to, or even just like how compared to other games during the time. But that seems like a lot of money. So this game had a lot of different versions. We mentioned in King's Quest IV, that they did AGI, which was their original system for making games, and then an SCI version, which is a newer, higher resolution version that supported more advanced animation and stuff. This one almost has even more different versions. There's no AGI version, but I'm gonna take y'all down a little rabbit hole of the journey I went on that resulted in me setting up Mac OS 7.6 so I could play this game exactly how I originally played it with the original version of the game that I have. So I think we'll go ahead and start that journey now. I have a whole lot of buttons set up for this stream to share this stuff with you. I have 3 different versions of the game in ScumVM right now. So we're going to start with, this is the version you get from GOG. This is probably the version most people played. It's the CD-ROM version of the game. It's fully voiced. I think this was the first fully voiced game that Sierra did. And unlike later games,
previously played King's Quest V?
We're gonna say no, so we can watch the introduction.
Warning: this cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this
Turn
game.
the volume up a little bit here.
Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip.
This one is voiced by actual, just like, employees of Sierra. Roberta Williams did a few of the voices. Various, like, programmers and designers and other people like that. So not professional voice actors. And when I downloaded this from GOG and booted up the first time, I had never seen this version of the game before. First of all, I think they did a great job. The voice acting is, honestly, I would expect people who have other jobs at a game studio to be much less polished in their voice acting, but I think they did a great job. But the one thing that struck me is that the voice of Cedric, as many of you probably know if you played this game before, is very unique, and it's not how I imagine Cedric. Because, I played the game without voices, and to me he seemed like a much more distinguished owl with a very serious voice, which is a bit different from how he comes off in this. So we'll watch a little bit of the intro, and then I'm going to skip ahead and show you a little bit of the game itself. Again, this is the GOG version, played in ScumVM. And then this one also has music that I think must have been pre-recorded. It doesn't seem affected by, like, your MIDI settings and stuff like that, so the music sounds really great. Like Owl from Winnie the Pooh, maybe. Yeah, a bit like that. Sound effects sound really nice. Man, these backgrounds look great. So I'm gonna let a little bit of the intro play, and then we'll skip ahead, and later we'll watch the full introduction once I get into the version of the game that I'm actually gonna play.
My castle? What has happened? happened to your castle. I saw it all, yes I did.
You did? Well then, what happened?
Oh, it was the powerful and evil wizard Mordak who did it. Oh, I just happened to be visiting with an old friend when I saw him materialize out of thin air. Thank goodness he didn't notice me.
Strong
Don't stop
set.
now, go on.
Yeah, so we'll skip ahead now, but you get the idea. Like, it was not what I expected to come out of Cedric either. It's just, it didn't fit what I imagined when I, had to come up with a voice in my head for this character when I originally played it. And in this version, we have this icon bar at the top is actually very similar to the Mac version that I played. You have your walk icon, look, hand, I want to say is for both taking items and also like using an object on screen. Talk, and then this is your inventory. And then of course your settings. And then the cursors, like we have a tiny little gram icon to click where we want to walk to. Hand gives us a hand, etc. There are these, full color pointers basically. So let's walk to a different area and we'll hear perhaps everyone's favorite Cedric line.
Graham, watch out! A poisonous snake!
And then one interesting thing, so you saw there when Cedric was speaking, it pops up a little, close-up of his face, and it's animated and everything. So that's a fair bit different from what you get in the text version of the game. And I'm going to go over and show off another little thing that's specific to the voiced version. But they changed a lot of little things. Like in some cases in the text version of the game, you actually get a more animated portrait. Several of the animated characters, including the rat, the ant, and the bee, have large close-up pictures of their upper torsos that are fully animated, including their arms and antenna. The ant, for example, even raises up the golden needle. And then those close-ups were modified or in some cases removed for the voiced version. And then also there's lots of changes to the script. I'm not sure if that was just things intentionally rewritten beforehand, or maybe there was a little bit of ad-libbing. I never came across if there was a specific reason for those script changes. So there's a fair number of differences aside from just the voices. You said the thing, yes. So I'm going into this building here where we will get to hear one of the characters that Roberta Williams voiced. And you'll also see two characters at the counter that I'm going to bring up a little bit later.
And how is your poor dear mother doing, William?
Oh,
So that's
she
Roberta
hasn't been
Williams
doing
as
too
Amanda.
well lately. But my brother and I help out whenever we can. Thanks for asking, Amanda.
Austin, keep your fingers out of that pie. The pies look lovely. I think I'll take one.
Yes, they were just made fresh this morning. Here you go.
Yes, this will be a fine dessert for our dinner tonight. Let's go home, Austin.
Here's the last of the pies.
Welcome to our bakehouse, traveler. Of course, all of our wares are wonderful, but today we've got a special on custard pies. Just 1 silver coin each, but take your time. Let me know when you're ready.
So now we're going to hop into a different version. Again, I think this is a great version, and I honestly kind of want to play it. But when I booted this up and it was so different from what I remembered, I was like, is there a way I can play this the way I remember it? So that's how I started on this journey, which next took me to the DOS version of the game. And this has text instead of the voiced lines. It also has MIDI music. So I thought this would be pretty close to what I remembered, but it's not. And I was surprised in particular how different the music is, which sounds quite a bit worse than what I remembered. So this is, again, playing in ScumVM with just the default MIDI settings. And for some reason, this version is very quiet. I'm going to try to turn that up. And pay attention in particular to the sound that it makes when there's lightning on the castle. Huh. Oops, I accidentally skipped ahead. It was a little quiet, even quieter than I expected for me, so I was trying to turn it up and accidentally skipped ahead. But hopefully you get the idea there. You know, the sound is not nearly as good as the recorded music that was in the GOG version. And the lightning sound effect is especially bad and honestly kind of sound like fart noises to me. And then we have a surprisingly different bar along the top here. There's actually two walk options in this version of the game. One is the kind of walk option that's been in previous games where you click somewhere and Graham will take a straight path to where you've clicked. The other walk icon, he'll actually automatically go to where you're clicking on, even if he has to walk around some things or follow a winding path or whatever. So the later versions, they actually switched to the latter icon with the automatic routing being just the only option. And then there's a couple other differences. We have this big stop icon if you're done playing. We have a save icon right in the bar here. And then we have these cursors that are black and white, which is actually much closer to the Mac version of the game. And here we have just text box where Cedric says, "Watch out, a poisonous snake." Slightly different from the famous voiced line. So yeah, that gives you a pretty good idea fart amount. Of what this version is like. And I did experiment with the main thing I wasn't happy about with this version is the music is just not as nice. So I spent a lot of time experimenting with there's these with MIDI you have these things called sound fonts, which is basically like different instrument samples that are used to create the music. I tried a bunch of those. I tried setting up a Roland MT32 emulator, which actually does sound pretty good. But then I decided to try digging up my original Mac version. So here's that in ScumVM. So I think you can already tell the music is much more full. There's a little, specifically in ScumVM, there's a little bit of like kind of popping sounds in the music. And then again, the lightning sounds on the castle are much, much better in the Mac version. Honestly, $97 for a non-smelly Mac version? That's pretty tempting. So this doesn't sound quite as perfect as the CD-ROM version, but I think it sounds pretty good. And then in the game itself, interestingly, in ScumVM, the picture is kind of squished. For some reason, ScumVM doesn't apply any aspect ratio correction. I looked into that a little bit, and it seems like they decided this is how it was supposed to be, but after comparing it with the actual version running on a Mac, I don't think that's true. But you can see we actually have the same, roughly the same interface as the CD-ROM version on this Mac floppy disk version. So we just have the one walk icon, we have the black and white cursors, and so on. But I still wasn't happy with this version, and I'll show you why in a second. The text looks terrible. You can see... Ah, shoot, it went away. Let's see if we can talk to Cedric. You can see with, like, S's in particular, it just looks weird. So, you know, this bothered me enough to want to know how it actually looked in the Mac version. So, that's how I wound up. Oh, there we go. With this actual, let me get this out of the way first. This is a Mac emulator running macOS 7.6, and as you can see here, I have a save file from November 1996. It's actually pretty early in the game. I think this must have been like several years later. I thought about replaying the game and maybe didn't get very far. But let's boot up this version. It starts out very small. We can expand that. Much nicer text, and interestingly, it's actually higher resolution than the rest of the game. And the sound here is pretty similar to ScumVM, except it doesn't have the weird popping noises of the ScumVM version, which is great. And yes, not monochrome. This was, since King's Quest IV never came out for Mac, this was the first King's Quest game I was ever able to play in color, which I think it has a lot to do with why I have such strong memories of it and just really appreciate the visuals of it. You know, even if you didn't have that drastic switch, this is a pretty big difference from King's Quest IV, you know, having these hand-painted backgrounds. I think King's Quest IV looks fantastic, but, you know, this is such a different thing, and it's very striking, especially it was back then. So, again, we have pretty much the same interface that we saw in ScumVM. Although, interestingly, the cursors are much smaller, which kind of makes sense. They're, you know, more the size of a normal Mac cursor. And then we have that great-looking text, which made me very happy to see. Yeah, he does seem a little more concerned about the castle than his family, doesn't he? So, now that I've taken you all down my rabbit hole here, we're going to talk about some other things real quick, including I wanted to show off one other version of this game. there was an NES version, which I didn't even know about until recently. And it's interesting, when I first heard about this, I was like, NES? Is that right? Surely, like, Super Nintendo, right? The game came out in 90. The CD-ROM version came out in, like, 92. I guess Super Nintendo came out kind of right in between there. So it does kind of make sense, like, they would have been developing this version before the Super Nintendo came out. Honestly, I'm amazed what they were able to do on the NES. It looks drastically different, as you'll see, but it looks like, for what it is, it's pretty impressive. So I'm just going to play a little bit of that version here. This is a YouTube video on a channel called Nintendo Complete. $200 for the NES version. Dang. Yeah, Konami, which is wild. Some interesting sound effects here. Oh no. Well, we don't want to see an ad, so we'll just end that little preview there. Let's see. What do I want to jump to? Let's jump back to this for a minute. So yeah, I thought that was really neat and too fun not to share. So those are just some of the versions. There's also a 16 color version. All the ScumVM and the Mac version I showed off are 256 colors. So that's like the total of numbers they could have on screen at one time. So the 16 color version, of course, you have, each screen can be a maximum of 16 colors. So it looks quite a bit different. Definitely, like, it's basically the same painted backgrounds, just with fewer colors and with a lot of, like, dithering and stuff like that. So it looks closer to the best version. It doesn't look completely different like that Nintendo version does. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what else I wanted to share here before we get into the game. All right, we gotta take a look at the manual. First of all, let's take a look at this lovely box. King's Quest V, Absence Makes the Heart Go Yonder, by Roberta Williams. Macintosh Color Max only. Will not play on a black and white Macintosh. Required 8-bit, 256 color, hard disk, super drive, system 6.07 or later, 2 meg RAM, supports Roland MT32 and CM32L. Back in the box. Journey into Danger. The greatest adventure in the history of Daventry is about to begin. As you embark with King Graham on the most thrilling and perilous adventure of his career, the quest for the missing royal family of Daventry, and also his castle. Experience the magical world of King's Quest V and discover why more people have played King's Quest than any other computer game series in history. Roberta Williams has been designing graphic adventure games since 1980, beginning with the groundbreaking Mystery House, the first computer game to combine text and graphics. She's gone on to become the best-selling interactive adventure author in the world. Her King's Quest series has sold more than 1 million copies worldwide, making it the best-selling computer adventure ever. Features a rich, complex story with highly developed characters, the most beautiful and detailed graphics ever seen in a Sierra 3D adventure game, delightful original stereo soundtrack, and no typing required. A simple new interface permits complex game interactions without typed input. Here's what players are saying about King's Quest V. Congratulations on a towering achievement in storytelling. Simply the best graphics I have seen on a computer anywhere. Breathtaking backgrounds and unbelievably smooth animation. Calling King's Quest V a blockbuster is like calling Mount Everest a big rock. And then we have some lovely screenshots at the bottom here. And, we actually have the top two screenshots are 16 colors. It's interesting that they included this. I'm not sure you can play it in 16 colors in the Mac version. I assume they just use the same box art for all versions. And then below that, little blurry. There's the 256 color version. It's a little hard to tell in these photos, but... and then we have a picture of Roberta. Roberta Williams is the originator of the 3D adventure game. She has won numerous awards for her King's Quest and other computer game designs, and her contributions to the entertainment software industry have earned her the title the reigning queen of adventure gaming. And then inside that box, we have the manual. And then, of course, all the discs. This is a startup disc, so you could actually boot from this disc, I believe. Or at the very least, this would be the... Actually, they did say you need a hard drive. So that's interesting. At least a lot of early Mac games included a disc you could actually boot from and then just run the game from there. So it had an entire operating system on there. I'm not sure if that was the case for this one, but at the very least, you would start up from this one, and then you had options to install it if you wanted to. They had options for like a basic install or a complete install, where you go through every single disk and copy each one to your hard drive. Fortunately, since I had a backup, I did not have to go through that process setting up the stream. The quotes aren't attributed to anyone. Someone somewhere said these things. Yes, exactly. What I'm seeing on eBay suggests, yes, they just printed one box and put stickers with system requirements. Yeah, like the sticker on there that says Macintosh and has the system requirements. You know, it's a sticker on top of the printed box. So here's the manual. King's Quest V. There's our buddy Cedric. See, there's a little water damage, unfortunately. And then the floppy disk versions of the game had this copy protection system, where I believe the way it works is the game will give you a series of symbols to do like a magic spell, and then you have to look up in the manual the letter that matches each symbol. And they're very tiny there. Interestingly, I downloaded a PDF version of the manual from Sierra Gamers, and that version has like a red overlay. Like if you have seen the hint books I've shown off on stream before, like I think it's that kind of thing where you have a transparent red like decoder thing you put over it so you can see the text underneath more clearly. So clearly that was to make it a little harder to just photocopy the manual to share that along with your illegal copy of the game. I guess, you know, the Mac versions always came out a little later, so I guess by the time this one came out, they decided to not worry about that as much. So, you can read from the manual here. Quest for the Castle. Long ago in the kingdom of Daventry, there were 3 magical treasures that kept the kingdom strong and prosperous. A magic mirror that foretold the future, an enchanted shield with the power to overthrow any invaders, and a treasure chest that was never empty. These treasures were taken from Daventry by deception and stealth, and without them Daventry grew poor and weak, and King Edward, once a stout-hearted and vigorous ruler, had become powerless and sickly. Edward had no heir, and everyone feared the chaos that would result in his death. On his death, excuse me. King Edward asked his bravest knight, Sir Graham, to embark upon a quest to recover the 3 treasures. Graham's quest was successful, and as his reward, King Edward named Sir Graham and his heir his heir and granted him the throne of Daventry. The chronicles of Graham's search for the royal treasures of Daventry are recounted in King's Quest I, Quest for the Crown. King Graham was a wise and kindly monarch, and with his great wisdom and the return of the three treasures, Daventry prospered once again. But Graham knew that he must soon marry and establish his own royal line with an heir to his throne. He searched far and wide, but no maiden in the kingdom possessed the qualities he sought in a queen. One day, King Graham saw in his magic mirror, a vision of a lovely young woman held prisoner in a crystal tower. The mirror told him that her name was Valinus, a girl both beautiful and good, who had been stolen from her home and taken to a far land. Graham vowed to find her and set her free. After a long journey with many trials, he did, and asked her to be his queen. The chronicles of Graham's perilous journey to rescue the lovely Valinus are related in King's Quest II, Romancing the Throne. So as you can tell, we have both a nice summary of the story so far and ads for all the previous King's Quest games. David Alexander, hello! Also, thank you! You subscribed at the end of last week's stream, and it was right as I had started the raid off, so I didn't get a chance to say that. Appreciate that very much, and good to see you. In time, Queen Valinus and King Graham became the parents of twins, a son and a daughter. Life in Daventry was peaceful and good, for a time. In a land far away lived an evil and powerful wizard named Manannan. It was his wont to kidnap infant boys and raise them to be his slaves, killing each in turn before he was full grown and could pose a threat to the wizard's dominance. His most recent vassal, a boy he called Gwydion, was, however, unusually bright and perceptive. He mastered several of Manannan's spells and turned them against him to gain his freedom. Yeah, Daventry's got a lot going on. Maybe find a system of government where a guy who can find treasures is put in charge is bad. Yeah. Yes. After a time, Gwydion's travels brought him to Daventry. Not the lovely... Where did I get terrible from? Oh, the next line. Not the lovely and peaceful Daventry of days gone by, but a land devastated by a terrible affliction. Graham had fallen victim to the ravages of a dreadful three-headed dragon, which had burned the land all around and killed many people. Gwydion was able to use his newfound magical powers to destroy the dragon and rescue an intended victim from its lair. He was taken before the king and queen and rewarded in such a way as he never could have imagined in his life as Manannan's slave. And I love that, like, each time they include the description of King's Quest III in a manual for a later game, they just do a very great job of not spoiling any of the surprises of that game, which I imagine was quite a challenge. They definitely really had polished their approach by this one. Like, I feel like they did a pretty nice job there of giving a good summary but not spoiling anything. The Chronicles of Gwydion, his trials and his journeys, are told in King's Quest III, To Err is Human. In later years, King Graham's health began to fail, and the royal physicians were powerless to help him. Only a magical fruit from the faraway land of Tamar could bring about a cure and restore the health of Daventry's monarch. Graham's daughter, Princess Rosella, set off in pursuit of this healing magic for her father. On her journey, she performed many brave deeds and had many great adventures. The chronicles of Rosella's travels and experiences in Tamar are described in King's Quest IV, The Perils of Rosella. With the king's health fully restored and his family together once more, it was a happy and fulfilled Graham who set out for a walk in the forest one spring day, almost a year since Rosella had returned from Tamar. The kingdom was peaceful and prosperous again, and the people were content. Birds were singing in the trees. It seemed an auspicious sign. As Graham was contemplating his good fortune, a sharp wind blew into the woods from the east, whirling up sticks and leaves into his path and startling the birds into silence. The air grew suddenly colder. It seemed an unexpected storm was approaching. Graham began to walk back toward the castle, his joyful mood broken by a dark foreboding. When he reached the top of the gentle rise overlooking his home, he was horrified to see only empty space where the royal castle of Daventry had stood only minutes before. Cold fear gripped his heart. Where was his family? What had happened to them? "Woohoo! Woohoo!" An owl hooted behind him, but Graham scarcely heard it over the pounding of his heart. "I can tell you what happened," came a voice behind him, and Graham spun around to confront a large owl in a blue vest and spectacles. "I know what happened to your castle. I saw it all," said the owl. Journey into the magical world of King's Quest once again on a quest for the missing castle and the royal family of Daventry. Okay, and as usual, we have some instructions for the manual itself, and then lots of installation tips, which we fortunately do not need to worry about. Tells us how to look at the README file, which we are going to do. Encourages you to make backups. How to play from your hard drive. I assume we'll eventually get to some instructions for the game itself. Here we go. So, again, we have an entirely mouse-based interface in this one. Using a mouse to play King's Quest V. To position the on-screen cursor, move the mouse to the desired position. To move your character, position the cursor and click the mouse button. To execute a command, click the mouse button. Multi-button mouse users, click the left button. There's lots of other tips here. If you have multiple buttons, you have a middle button to toggle between walk and the last cursor chosen, or the right button, you can cycle through all the options. The Mac version, of course, Macs only had one mouse button then, so we'll have some special instructions that are in the README file. And here's all our walk cursors. It's interesting that they show various versions of the walk cursor, both the full color and black and white ones. And okay, here we learn about the magic spells. From time to time during the game, it may be necessary to use Crispin's wand to cast a spell. At these times, a window will appear telling you which spell to cast and showing you 4 symbols, like the ones up here. These are the symbols that activate the spell. Below the symbols are the letters of the English alphabet. To make the spell work, find each symbol and its matching letter in your game manual and select the on-screen letter that matches the symbol. Be sure to do this in order from left to right. If you match up the symbols and letters correctly, the spell will be successful. And lots of other tips. Pausing and saving, always important. And then we have some more general adventuring tips. So interestingly, I was curious when they would stop doing this. All of the previous King's Quest manuals have encouraged you to make maps. So it looks like this is the first time when they did not do that. I'm going to draw maps anyway, and as you can see from my ancient maps that were in the box, I felt the need to do that for a couple of areas regardless. But they do, of course, encourage you to save your game often, and don't get discouraged. If you come to an obstacle that seems insurmountable, don't despair. Spend some time exploring another area and come back later. Every problem in the game has at least one solution, and some have more than one. Sometimes solving a problem one way will make it harder to solve the next, and sometimes it will make it easier. If you get stuck, you might try backtracking to an earlier point in the game, then choosing a different path. If all else fails, you can buy the King's Quest V hint book from the dealer who sold you the game, or you can order it directly from Sierra Online by calling. And then they also suggest again to bring along some help. You may find it helpful and fun to play the game with a friend. 2 or more heads are better than one at interpreting rules and solving problems. And of course we have their hint line, which you can dial up by modem or voice. Also have instructions for CompuServe, Prodigy, all kinds of good stuff. And I think that's everything of interest in the manual. And of course, an important copyright notice about how you will absolutely go to jail if you pirate this video game. So, that's it for that. Again, this is a map. I believe this is a desert area. You can kind of see up top here some drawings that look like sand dunes. And honestly, I remember there being a large desert. I don't remember exactly how it works. The way this map is organized scares me a little. But that'll be interesting when we get to it. And then this looks like a maze that I think comes later in the game. So I will not rely on those since that's cheating. But I wanted to share it just for fun. Are we ready to start playing? I think we might be. Let me check if I had any other notes here. I think the one last thing I wanted to share we'll come back to when we get to that in the game. So let's pop over to my game screen here. And wait, did you buy this from an authorized reseller, Robot Spacer? I don't want to get hauled off to jail midstream. I wish I could remember specifically where I bought the game, but it was definitely an authorized reseller. Yeah, I don't remember for sure where we were generally buying software from at that point. I know we did like mail order for a lot of stuff. Like there were a couple companies that specialized in Mac software. Mac Mall, I believe, was the name of one, and I want to say Mac Connection. I don't remember for sure if that's where we would have gotten this game from, but sorry, I got distracted. I have noticed, you may have just seen it, some occasional flashing. I don't know what's up with that. Weirdly, I first noticed it in the emulator here, and I thought it was something with the emulator, but at one point I noticed it in ScumVM too. Hopefully it won't continue too much, but if it does, we'll try to figure out a solution. Anyways, let's game. I do love this little custom icon here. Yeah, CompUSA and Egghead, definitely those are places I would have bought software from. I don't know for sure if that's where I would have gotten this game from. I feel like it's somewhat more likely it was one of those mail order companies. Yeah, I think you got auto-modded for calling me an egghead. One unfortunate thing about doing the text version is there's occasionally some text that I will need to read very quickly because the text boxes often auto-advance when there's like an extended conversation. I will do my best. Yeah, absolutely. The Mac versions, certainly I had never played anything this advanced myself. It was pretty groundbreaking stuff at the time. My castle, what has happened? I can tell you what happened. What? I know what happened to your castle. I saw it all. Yes, I did. You did? Well then, what happened? It was the powerful and evil wizard Mordak who did it. I just happened to be visiting with an old friend when I saw him materialize out of thin air. Thank goodness he didn't notice me. Don't stop now, go on. He conjured up a terrible whirlwind that swirled faster and faster around the castle. With another incantation, Mordak then caused the wind to draw the castle up into the sky and out of sight. Why would this wizard Mordak want my castle? What would he have against me and my family? That I don't know. I only know that it was Mordak who took your castle and your family. Perhaps I can help you. My employer also happens to be a wizard, which is why I recognize Mordak. Unlike Mordak, though, my employer is a very good wizard. His name is Crispanifer, but we all call him Crispin for short. I don't know how to pronounce his full name. Whoa! Anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. The only problem is that Crispin is getting on in years and tends to be a bit forgetful. I don't know, this doesn't sound as if it would work. Oh, sure it would. Crispin is a very qualified wizard, one of the best. He just gets a little forgetful now and again, that's all. Now, where is it? I know I brought it with me. Aha! There it is. What is that? Well, it is my opinion that you don't stand a chance against the likes of Mordak. Excuse me for saying, but your majesty, you don't have a choice. You must come with me. I'm sure Crispin can help you. What is that stuff? Oh, just some old leftover fairy dust I've been carrying around. It'll help you to fly. You can follow me to the land of Serenia, where Crispin and I live. It's much too far to walk, you know. I think the fairy dust is still good. Come on, up here. Silver, hello! Unsecret Crush, if you could give Silver a shout out, I would appreciate that. And yes, I did give that sound font a try. It's definitely an improvement over the default ScumVM MIDI options. There it is, down here, come on! Oh, you did, I missed it, thank you. Okay, here I come! It looks like the fairy dust just wore off. Good thing we landed in water. Cedric, where have you been? I've been calling for you. Well, well, what have we here? A bit clumsy, are you? Well, come in the house and dry off. No sense sitting around like a wet dog. Cedric, go in the house and pour each of us a nice hot cup of tea. Aye, aye, Crispin. Such a long introduction. It's like the Society of Wizards has always taken a dim view of Mordak and his abuse of power. Why, he's even been put on suspension a few times. It never seems to do any good, though. Crispin, why would Mordak want to take my family or castle? What did we ever do to him? I wonder. I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. I thought perhaps you could help His Majesty, Crispin. That's why I brought him here. Well, let me see now. I used to be a very powerful wizard at one time, you know, but I've gotten a little rusty lately. A little rusty? That's quite enough from you, Cedric. Yes, sir, Crispin, sir. I don't know what I have that would be of much use to you. Most of my wizard stuff is pretty old and worn out, but let's see what I can find. This is all very encouraging, isn't it? No, that won't do. That's all used up. It might work. Here, eat this. What is that? That's an old piece of magical white snake I had left over from last year. It's fine, eat it. With it, you'll be able to communicate with the natural and animal world. You could find that quite helpful. Better than sticking dough in your ears, I guess. Here's my old wand. I don't even know if it works anymore. Most of its power may be gone. You should know that wands are like pets. They've got to get to know you before they'll work for you. Just treat it with care and respect, and hopefully it'll do something for you. You'd better get going, my boy. No telling what that confounded Mordak could be up to. You go with him, Cedric. Show him the way. Me? Yes, you. Don't be such a coward. Now go on. You'd better get started. Thank you, sir. I appreciate all you've done for me. So I want to know, if wands are like pets, why did he... I suggest we visit the town first. How about it, Your Majesty? As I was saying, if... Oh, please don't call me Your Majesty, Cedric. It's much too formal. I'd like it if you just call me Graham. Oh, wait. I'd be delighted to, Graham. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, yes, the town. You might be able to find some supplies there. It's just a little over to the south, not too far. Well then, let's get going, Cedric. So two things I was going to comment on that I kept getting interrupted. One, very long cutscene introduction. Definitely much longer than we had in any previous game, by far. And then the other thing I was going to say is, if wands are like pets, why did he keep it locked up in a chest for years? Shouldn't he have been, like, taking care of it and being nice to it and stuff? Silver says, the Quest for Glory 2 Fan VGA remake, you can claim Mordak as your sponsor for the wizard training, and they'll go, oh, we don't speak of Mordak anymore. That's funny. Yeah, it's fun that they have lots of little cross-references in different games and stuff. That Juan knows what it did. Oh. Seems that he should not be allowed to keep pets. Yes, I agree. Okay, so finally we are in the game. Cedric isn't paying any attention to Graham. I know we can go back inside and talk, but I don't think there's any real benefit to that. I think it just kind of encourages us to start exploring. Hopefully I'm not wrong. Watch out, a poisonous snake. Oh, right, and one of the... I mentioned earlier that they give voices and close-up portraits to some characters that didn't have lines in the original, and for some reason one of them is the snake. They gave the snake some speaking lines, which is an interesting choice. I guess it does make sense. We did just get a magic thing that lets Graham talk to animals, so that does actually make sense now that I think about it. All right, I'm gonna get my map going. You can give us a better read of that. Well, see, I'm not doing Cedric for this. Sorry to disappoint. Let's go back up. And we'll start. This will be the wizard's house. Fill that in later. The kid, I remember thinking the pie was one of the best looking pies I had ever seen. Amazing. I'm going to try to not go too overboard with the drawing here. We'll see how it goes. I certainly noticed in the previous game that the backgrounds got so detailed it was hard to kind of sum them up with a few quick lines. For some reason, I just heard Siri talking, and
I don't know what the Siri was talking about. I heard something about tennis.
Wild. Siri just really wants to tell us about tennis.
I walked out into the hallway and I could see the light on. I had my headphones on, so I couldn't hear what it was saying, but I caught something about tennis, and then I told it to stop.
Please stop talking about tennis. Got brand new, more vibrant markers for this one. Yeah, Silver. Like at some point, I will give up on map drawing. I know, like Mask of Eternity, for example, has built-in maps. So by that point, certainly we'll stop drawing. If at some point before then it seems like this is taking up too much time and not as helpful as it once was, I may end up stopping sooner than that. But I figure for now we'll keep it up. And we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I could also just draw, simpler maps or whatever. Oh, where did I click? Graham's like walking over into the river. Don't want that. I don't think this is a safe river.
Bored of sit at desk.
Oh.
I want to sit on bed.
Join me in the gaming room.
Yes.
Nice.
Where should I put these things in one spot?
Oh, stick that in here. And,
Hello.
we'll just set that there for now. So I'm going to share that in a little bit here. I believe they are.
Okay. Is that like the sound of the river running?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, also, you told me to turn down the volume at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all let me know how the mix is at this point. If I still need to adjust it further, I can do that.
Now that I'm in the same room, I don't have
Sure.
a good read on what
Yeah,
the
yeah.
mix is like.
You got sound back there?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I was just, my computer is funny when I switch it from being connected to an external display and then back to not being connected to an external display, so I was waiting for the screen to come back on.
Ah. Computers are pretty funny.
Yeah. I don't know that I learned any more about how Clip Studio Paint works than I used to, but I got a sketch that I'm happy enough with.
Oh, that's good.
I feel like most people would be like, ah yes, a sketch that I am happy with. Let's continue and keep this momentum going. And me, I'm like, okay, that's enough. Let's take a break.
Yeah, I think that's relatable. I mean, it can go both ways.
Also, I want to be under blankets.
Oh, I thought you had a blanket in
I
there.
did, but being under a blanket in a desk chair is different than being snuggled up on a gamer's bed.
True. Absolutely. Stuff Cedric here. You follow this road along the river, you'll come to the town bakehouse. You might find something delicious, I mean useful there. Which reminds me, that is actually where we want to go right now.
Is not
Good thing we
delicious-
talked to Cedric.
Is not deliciousness a form of useful?
True. Oh, I completely forgot to open up the README file.
What does that do?
It's too late now, so I won't bother. But one thing I did learn from there is that if you double click near an edge, it will like automatically take you to the next screen. So that should help with the thing I've struggled with in ScumVM with certain games. I think that's a specific to the Mac version feature. At least I've never come across that tip anywhere else. See the road there? Back to the east is the town. We're gonna go in this shop here. We're also gonna, well, I guess I can't now, but if I remember, I will bump the speed up a little bit. It's a little too slow at this default speed.
Did not notice the frames that you put around
I'll wait for you out here, Graham.
your layout.
I spent too much time on those.
I bet you did, but they look really nice.
Thank you. And how is your poor dear mother doing, William? She hasn't been doing too well lately, but my brother and I keep an eye on her. Thanks for asking, Amanda. Austin, don't touch that pie. Thank you, Sylvia. The pies look delicious. I think I'll take one.
You think she takes the
Yes, they were just made fresh this morning. Here you go.
pie? You think she takes the pie that is not the one that Austin had little fingies in?
I kind of think she does. Yes, this will be a fine dessert for our dinner tonight. Yeah, that's a different one. Let's go home, Austin.
Would you want to eat the pie that Austin had his fingers in?
I mean, not really, but, you know, if it was my kid, I'd take that one. Here's the last of the pies. Welcome to our bakehouse, traveler. Of course, all of our wares are wonderful, but today we've got a special on custard pies. Do you have a discount for one with fingy holes in it? Just 1 silver coin each, but take your time. Let me know when you're ready. Now I can bump that speed up. I'm just gonna go a tiny bit because I found in my testing that if I crank it up all the way, it's like way too fast. So we'll try that out. So, Amanda and Austin brings me to the one last little thing I wanted to share. Let's see here. So, if you've been watching these streams regularly, you may remember this beautiful cover. And you may also remember, let's turn the game down for a second here. You may also remember this ad I noticed. Be a character in King's Quest V. Says anyone can enter and have a chance to be painted into King's Quest V. Use your imagination to construct a costume that would fit into the land of Daventry or the surrounding countries. The best costume will win, and the winner will be incorporated into the King's Quest V game. Roberta Williams herself will judge the entries. So put on your costume, have a color snapshot taken, and send us the photo. It's okay to send more than one family member or friend in the same envelope. Be sure to put your name, address, and telephone number on the back of the photo. And when I happened across this, when I was looking through this for an earlier stream, I was wondering what had happened with that. So I looked it up online, and I found out that the characters Amanda and Austin were the winners of that contest. And then that led me to this magazine, which I also have.
It's a fun little Norman Rockwell-esque cover.
Yeah, this is the fall 1990 issue. Got a nice painted cover of kids enjoying their new Sierra games. It's one that says Jones on it. I don't remember the full name of that game. There's King's Quest V with a different cover than the one I have. Roger Wilco and the Time Rippers, Space Quest 4, I think that was. And then we have Red Baron at the bottom here. It's a pretty fun illustration. Someone help that poor dog. Yeah, he's having a rough time there.
I thought he looked like he was having a good old time.
Well, maybe. Could be. Hard to say. And then, back here on page 60, we have some familiar faces.
Oh.
Austin Hartman and Amanda Logue.
Damn, Amanda!
Yeah, she went all the heck out on that dress. Honestly, amazing.
This has to be a Ren Fair family for sure.
I believe, like, it's easy to assume that they're related, especially since they point out it's okay to send in multiple family members in the same envelope. But I think these are separate winners that they decided to make into a mother and child in the game. Yeah, one's Pennsylvania and one's Connecticut. So those are the winners, and then they also had 8 runner-ups, which each received a copy of King's Quest V. Unfortunately, the issue this is in, the cover's fallen off a little bit. We have David Bueno of Florida as Gnome Jr. We have Jim Festant of New Jersey as...
a bird friend?
Yeah, like, looks like a kind of a magical outfit with a bird friend. Very nice. We have R.S. Mengekian from New Hampshire. I don't know why I decided to say all these names. You got a fancy, like, knight combat costume. Larissa O'Brien of Wisconsin. Another sort of a magical, perhaps jester-like costume. Have Lance Rice of Alabama in a lovely fairy costume. Have Pierre Vandenboer of Connecticut with a sort of adventuring costume. Got a big old sword.
Big boots, too.
Yeah. We have Porter Yates of New Mexico. And then we have a winner identified simply as Princess. And that's it. Also got a nice ad for King's Quest V on the back of here. Which, interestingly, I came across this. This image at the top here says actual VGA screen. This is not an actual VGA screen. This is like the original artwork that they scanned to make into a VGA screen. But it would be much more pixelated in the actual game. Stretching the truth just a little bit. Okay there?
Probably.
Okay.
I might kick it. Unintentionally.
Silver mentioned concept art, and that reminded me. I'll save that for next week. The hint book, surprisingly, has a whole bunch of like concept sketches and stuff, which is super cool. And I was going to show that off, but I just I had too many things to show off and couldn't keep track of it all. So we'll save that for next time, but it's pretty cool. I think that was the only Space Quest I played. Got it on CD from a thrift store. Interesting. I have played, I think, all of the Space Quest games.
You have quite a few of the boxes,
Yeah, I sure do.
but I don't know how many Space Quests there were.
7? That sounds right. All right, let's... The cat doesn't look too friendly.
Did we learn that Roberta Williams didn't like cats, or did we just come to the conclusion that she didn't like cats?
Like, it's been mentioned in chat. And like there's certainly a lot of evidence, right? You can pet dogs. Dogs are always friendly in the games. Cats, nope. Nope. And then she killed one in Phantasmagoria.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's very interesting. I don't know if she has ever been asked about this or given up any information as to her feelings on cats in real life. Let's look at this cat. I'm curious. The Baker brothers seems to have a pet, a large mangy cat. The baker, a large sturdy fellow, waits for customers behind a pie-covered counter. Delicious mouth-watering custard pies lining the countertop attract Graham's eyes and nose. Alright, let's talk to this baker brother. Everything looks so delicious, it's hard to decide what to buy. Laughing. Everybody has that problem, but what a problem to have. Those custard pies look awfully good. Yes, made from a recipe handed down from my dear mama and her mama before her. Oh, well, take your time. There's no hurry. I accidentally clicked through a box there, but you get the idea. Someone asked Ken in the Discord. Do they have a Discord where Ken and Roberta are present? I know Sierra Gamers, like you can post there, and occasionally, if not often even, they will reply. So, unfortunately, we don't have any money for a pie just yet. So we'll have to come back here. How do we get out? There we go. No? Double click. There is one with Ken. That's cool. I know he's also been working on a game. As I understand it, some sort of VR adventure game. I'm very curious what will come of that. Unfortunately, Roberta is not involved. Doing my best to not get too detailed, but it's challenging.
I like the bird beeps and boops.
Yeah. That was another interesting thing when I was trying different sound options. The birds are actually MIDI sound effects. So, like a lot of different sound fonts that I tried, they sounded a lot more like musical instruments than they were meant to. So that was an interesting thing to discover.
Oh, David Alexander says Roberta is involved in that game project after all.
Oh, really? Fascinating. I could be remembering wrong, but I thought he said at one point specifically that she was not involved, so I assume that's a change that happened at some point. But that's pretty cool. Very curious what type of game it will be. Like I said, I believe he said specifically that it was some type of adventure game, but, you know, it's a pretty vague statement. All right. So let's head back into town. I think so too. I'll try to find where I read that. Might have been from, I assume that's Space Quest Historian. Still a little slow here. Can we talk to this cow? The cow doesn't have anything to say. Her mouth is too full of cud. That's fair.
She's
Busy eating.
She's a busy lady.
Man, the art in this game is so good. Like, they did a really nice job of adding little animations on top of the painted artwork and stuff, too. If you go into town, I'll wait for you here. I had a nasty run-in with a dog once, and I'd feel safer out here. Don't want Cedric to get eaten, I guess.
I suppose.
Alright, I turned down the music while I was showing those magazines. Bump that back up a bit. Let's see. How goes it with you, good fellow? Not well, I'm afraid. This old wagon's always giving me trouble. Can I help you in any way? Thank you kindly, but I think I can handle it. All right then, good luck. Thanks. With this wagon, I'm gonna need it. Let's go in this first shop here. Cedric here to help, but not really. Exactly. May I help you, sir? I keep forgetting to draw my screens here.
So you're still in Daventry, or are you somewhere else now?
This is not... I don't like this at all. This is not Daventry.
Okay.
I don't think. I'm pretty sure of that.
Oh, the guy in the changing room is who's talking.
Yeah. Just some background chatter. Yeah, we definitely flew somewhere, and I believe we've flown well outside of Daventry. I just can't remember if they ever say specifically what this area is called. I'm sure they must, but I can't think of it. If anyone remembers, please remind me.
Do all of the games, aside from the first one, take place outside of Daventry for the most part?
I'm interested in buying something. Let me show you some things. Interested in buying something, but I don't have any money. I see he left all his money in the castle? A fine piece of cloth. With this material, I could make you some beautiful shirts. There isn't a more beautiful piece of fabric to be found anywhere. With this, I could make you the finest trousers you've ever had. Well, what do you think? Well, right now I'm just looking. Thanks anyway. Sure, whatever you say. I'm just here to help. Certainly this cloak is very attractive and interesting. Why, these trousers don't even fit. King's Quest 3 is mostly not Daventry until the last third. Yes, that takes place in... Ludor. And 2 takes place in Colima, primarily. And 4, of course, was in Tamar.
Right.
And now we're in...
Whatever this is.
Still can't think of it.
I was thinking about that because I don't know that Daventry has ever been shown to have a significant population.
Yeah,
Is it just a castle, like a kingdom with just a castle and no subjects?
I mean, I think that's a matter of, you know, they're not showing us everything in the video game context, because, you know, it'd be a bunch of, like, buildings and people to, you know, have to draw and have interactions with that doesn't really serve the game.
Right.
Yeah, King's Quest VIII, Mask of Eternity, we finally see a more fleshed out version of Daventry. And there's lots of different side characters, many of whom are turned to stone. But, you know, you see lots of different buildings and characters and stuff. But yeah, like the first game is entirely in Daventry, but, you know, again, we don't see a lot of different buildings and stuff. But I think it is implied, like, you know, there was mention of...
Magazines are in danger of falling off.
Okay. There's mention in the manual of some people, I forget what type of people, you know, that obviously, you know, are people that work for King Graham in his castle. You know, we never see them when we go in the castle, which is another thing. We do finally see some other people in the castle with him in Mask of Eternity. Okay. I don't think there's much we can do here, since we don't have any money.
Graham better get a job.
This dude in the background is very picky about his clothing he's trying on. Yeah, can we get a job somewhere? Okay, come on in, look around. Let me know if you're interested in anything. All right. I know there's a coin somewhere in this area that we can find. I think it's actually on the ground outside, or maybe that doesn't appear immediately. Shipment of carving wood hasn't come in yet. What should we do? If it's not in by tomorrow, I'll send you to visit the sawmill. Okay, Papa. Have a chat. This is a fine little toy shop you have here. You must be very proud. Thank you, son. I've worked very hard at it over the years, but you know, you really need to love it, and I do. Are most of these toys your creations? Yes, most of them, but not all. Some my son made, some I bought, some I traded for. You're very talented. Thank you, thank you. Well, let me know if I can help you. So let's see, we have a sled that looks very interesting here. Hanging on a sidewall, Graham notices a strong little sled. The plump old toy maker, who seems a jolly sort, carefully mends a toy while sitting comfortably behind the counter. A pretty little girl, who must be the toy maker's granddaughter, plays with a doll while grandfather looks on. We got what looks like a fishbowl back here? Is it is? Oh yeah. A little goldfish in there? Grandpapa? Yes, my darling? Can I keep this doll? I really like her. Now, Katrina, you know these toys are for sale for other children. Besides, you've got plenty of dolls. You can play with her, but just be careful. All right, Grandpapa. I'll take care of her. A pet goldfish swims endlessly around its fishbowl. I think this is the first time we've had this sort of like background dialogue where characters on screen will just kind of chatter randomly.
I wonder if this toy maker is supposed to be a Geppetto type character, because I noticed there's some puppets hanging on the wall in the background. And then in the Disney version of Pinocchio, at least, Geppetto also had a goldfish bowl.
Papa, where did you put those clothes Mama made? Look in the trunk upstairs. I think I put them there. I'll do that. Let's see if we can talk to this fish. No. Bummer.
What would you say to a fish?
Little girl is too interested in her doll. She pays no attention to Graham. I don't know. Hi, how you doing? You alright in there?
Probably not. It needs a filter.
Yeah, that's true. Can we inquire about the sled? That's a fine sled, isn't it? Any child would love to have it. Yes, I was just admiring the workmanship. Thank you. If you'd like to buy it, let me know. So many things to buy.
What do you want a sled for?
We might need it. Just saying. That's all.
Interesting. Mysterious.
Finish drawing this area real quick here.
Yeah, I knew those markers were going to be brighter than my old ones, but I didn't think they were going to be quite that vibrant.
Yeah, they are real vibrant. Maybe too vibrant, but it's fine.
They did have another set, but I think those are like even more pastel than the ones we already have.
Oh, really? So, okay, now that the person with the cart is gone, we can see there's a sparkly little item over here. I think you dropped some money, and I kind of think we're just gonna take it.
It's free money. The law of the streets, man.
Graham notices a shiny silver coin lying forgotten on the street near the broken wagon. Grab. Bending down, Graham quickly retrieves the silver coin from the street. Is that our first points of the game? I think it might be. Score 2 out of 260. Also, while we're here, let's save.
I was gonna say, have you saved this whole time?
Nope. I mean, I haven't really needed to until now that we've actually done a thing. So, I know there's things in this game, and the manual warned us even, where we can kind of screw up and not really know until later. I know the main thing is the pie. We gotta hold on to that pie once we have it. We certainly don't want to just eat it. I kind of think there's also something else you can use it for. Oh yeah, there is later. Eating it will actually serve a purpose, but we don't want to do that.
Spoilers?
Yeah, spoilers, sorry. There are two major things you have to do to avoid soft locks, basically. So, as usual, like, you know, I have some memories of playing this game before, but I'm not gonna, like, look up anything I don't already know unless we really get stuck. One is super time limited, but I'm going to hush. Okay. You know, as in the past, like worst case scenario, if we screw up, we'll start over and just kind of speed run through it. You know, I could even do that off stream if it seems like it's not going to be interesting. So let's head back out here, and I know we want that pie, and we got a silver coin, so we're gonna go buy that pie. We see you get a soft, non-resolvable. Should we mention it? I'm gonna say no. Let me figure it out on my own. Like,
I suppose, like, knowing that it's
it'll be
possible.
very sad, but you know, I'll deal with it.
Anytime you get stuck, you're gonna be like, did I soft block? Oh no.
Right. I feel like that's part of the fun. It's part of the experience, is maybe a better way to put it. Every time I come in here, I'm like, oh, is the game like chugging? Because like this is the same music we heard much faster in the town.
Right. It's just like different speeds in different areas.
Yeah. Okay, so we want that pie. Give me that pie. Would you like a pie, sir? Well, yes, actually, I would. That'll be 1 silver coin then. Let me see if I have one. Well, let me know if you do. We do, in fact, have a silver coin now.
Perfectly natural dialogue.
It is a common silver coin. And we also have in our inventory, the old wand doesn't seem to have any vitality left in it. It's the wand Crispin gave us. Let's see, how do we use... Okay. We have a tiny little coin cursor here. Oh, sir, I would like to buy a pie. The pies cost 1 silver coin each. Yes, we know that. I've got it right here. Here you go. I hope you enjoy your custard pie. Oh, I'm sure I will. So, I think we're done here for now. And I think next we'll just explore more around the area. Nice house. Back down the road to the east, you'll run into the bakehouse. Okay. The Swarthy Hog Inn. Okay. That's quite a name. I should label this bakehouse. I'll just write in on this one. Go ahead and I'll wait for you out here. I don't like that place. I was thinking this is maybe not a... I mean, the name a little bit suggests that this may not be the friendliest place.
Perhaps.
Just a little bit. That's all I'm saying. Oh, there's a dog here.
The music.
Cheerful music.
Yeah, I was gonna say the music does not project a threatening aura of any kind.
Yeah. Huddled over the bar, Graham notices three rough-looking men deep in a serious conversation. Since they're talking in such low tones, Graham can't quite hear what they're saying. A flea-bitten old dog lies asleep in the corner. Well, at least Roberta's playing fair with the sort of unappealing descriptions of the animals here. Let's see if we can talk to these fellows. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Gentlemen, please excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt your... Just the music got a little,
This is
intense.
very tense.
The inn's full. Ain't got no more rooms. Hey boss, this guy looks like a real troublemaker. What do you want me to do with him? With the way this text is written, I can't not do a voice.
Right.
Rub him out. Uh-oh. Oh! Ouch!
That seems
Struggle as he might, Graham cannot escape his bonds.
extreme.
Oh no. Don't worry, Graham. The innkeeper will soon put you out of your misery.
Nice.
So, that's the end of that. Well, we have at least one save here. Okay, this is after I grab the coin? Yes. So we'll have to go buy our pie again. I almost saved before I went in there, but I was like, oh, I'm not sure I'm necessarily gonna die in here.
That was your first mistake.
Yeah. I didn't think just talking to a guy would kill me. I think it's the screen north of here. There's somebody we can talk to. So maybe we'll try going up there. Somebody we can talk to that won't murder us, specifically. Okay, let's get through this. I think we'll go straight to handing him a coin. I think this will work. There we go. Screen I was going for? This one. There's our beautiful pie. Mmm, the custard pie looks delicious. Every time I come in here, it seems like the speed is back down where it was. Okay. Do another save here. Pie. Path around back here we can take. Yes, there we go. Okay. Some birds Bathing in a tree here. What a wonderful bluebird. It could almost make Graham happy again if it wasn't for his family. Upon a fallen log sits a dashing young prince who looks very sad and confused. Let's see what Cedric has to say. Let's say hello to the young prince, Graham. He looks like he could use a cheering up. I'm wondering, does... Well, no, he pointed us back at the bakehouse even when we had bought the pie already. I was just wondering if Cedric is kind of pointing you in the direction of what you need to do. Maybe not necessarily. Excuse me, young man. Sorry to bother you, but I couldn't help but notice you sitting there on that log. I was wondering if there was anything wrong. Why, yes, as a matter of fact, there is. I've been searching everywhere for my fiancée. She's a beautiful princess with long golden tresses, fetching blue eyes, and smooth, creamy skin. Have you seen her anywhere about? No, sorry. I haven't seen anyone like that. That's what I figured. No one has seen her. I think that old witch who lives in the dark forest has something to do with her disappearance. I'll keep an eye out for her. If I see her, I'll let her know you're looking for her. I would appreciate that. Well, I guess I get back to looking for her. I'm not ever going to find her just sitting around here. Thanks for your concern.
I feel like I remember having this thought, possibly when you were testing this out at some point a while ago, wondering if his fiancée is a real human woman whom he has already met and proposed to, or if this is a I am looking for a lady who looks like this. Only a lady who looks like this could possibly be my fiancé. Let me know if you see one. Kind of situation.
Let's see. Long golden hair, is that what he...
I believe there was golden tresses, yes, and creamy skin.
Long blonde hair. We'll just stick to that for our description. So that says it's lost. It came out looking more like lust. Which certainly seems to be what he has. Was there anything else that's come up that I should write down as a thing to do?
I don't know.
I don't think so. Obviously, there's some things in town that we can buy, and it's an adventure game. So if you can buy something, and if it's clearly a distinct element separate from the background, it's probably something you want. So there's some things in town we'll want to buy, but I won't bother to write those down. At least not now. The only time people sit on logs is when they have problems. Maybe. Get your red hot fiancés over here.
Fiancés made to order.
Okay, I should finish drawing this screen real quick.
We've also been live for a little over 2 hours now.
Oh, that is true. I should probably take a little break. I could use some more tea, okay. Definitely. Can we talk to the bluebird? That's an interesting question. The bluebird is too busy taking a bath to answer Graham. It's interesting that the wizard Crispin went out of his way to give us this magic white snake. Is that what it was?
I think
that
so.
Lets us talk to animals, but all the animals are too dang busy to talk back.
Did you try talking to the... well, I guess you didn't try talking to the dog, because then you got killed in the tavern.
Oh, yeah.
Did you try talking to the cat in the shop? Were there any other animals
Did
that
I
you could
talk to the cat? Maybe I just tried to pet it. I think I talked to it. I'm not sure. So I believe if we go to the right here, we come back to screen with the poisonous snake. Yes. Watch out, Graham, a poisonous snake.
Where is this snake? I can't see.
Oh, it's over on the right here.
At the top. Okay. I kept looking for it in the middle of the screen.
Oops. I'll just overwrite that save. It's fine. Let me demonstrate. Also, let's see if we can talk to it. The snake looks at Graham with cold eyes and doesn't answer. Watch out for those critters, Graham. Okay. So let's hang out on this nice little screen and we'll do our break and come back in just a few minutes. So Cedric has gotten annoyed at us for standing around not doing anything. You can see there's nothing here, Graham. Excuse me. This red, I guess it's like some flowers and this red mushroom are both catching my eye. Not sure they're anything. Graham feels the eyes of many creatures upon him as he follows a meandering path through the thick wood. Okay. Just generic descriptions for everything. Let's see what's north of here. I meant to brighten up my camera a little while I was on break, but I forgot. It's getting darker out. Oh! Spooky.
Indeed.
Back to the east is Crispin's house. Okay. Beyond the warning sign, the gnarled trees seem to close in, entangling and confusing all who dare enter here. The sign seems self-explanatory enough. Enter at your own risk. Very interesting plants over here. The wide dirt path ends at a crude warning sign placed before an ominous-looking forest. Beyond the sign, the path narrows to nothing more than a root-ensnarled trail. Log like stands out from the background. Like it looks like it's gonna do something at some point. An old hollow log lies in a small clearing before the gloomy forest.
This reminds me of that tree stump in the dead center of one of the screens of King's Quest IV that I don't think was for anything.
When I did my complete playthrough, I went back and forth on that screen a couple times, and the loot player does show up there.
Interesting. I only ever saw him on the screen.
Yeah.
The other screen that he was on.
And plus, like, I think once you've given him the book, he doesn't show up anywhere at that point. So. Yes, better things to do. The old log doesn't look interesting enough to bother with. Okay. So it doesn't seem like there's anything we can do with it. Now, at least, I wanna go back in this forest, but I feel like we probably don't want to go in there right now. And I'm worried we might get lost or... Oh no, I'm not going in there. Can't you read the sign? I saved. It's alright, Cedric. Come on, Cedric. There might be something important in here. Go if you want to. I'll wait here. Okay. Oh, frog. I'm curious if we can just leave here. Okay. Thank goodness, Graham. I didn't know if I'd ever see you again. This real quick. purple back here to make it look a little spooky. So this should take us back to Crispin's house, if Cedric can be trusted.
Did you say that Frederick or whatever his name is can't be trusted?
I said this should take us back to Crispin's house if Cedric can be trusted. Okay. And it did. So, I mean, at least he's good for something. He knows his way around. I feel like that is why he's with us. So. Mm-hmm. This little area is interesting. Small cellar door is located under the house. Oh, don't bother with the cellar door. There's nothing there. Besides, it's locked.
Why is it locked if there's nothing there, Cedric?
Right, like...
I still think
he's telling us to not worry about it, but the description of it just makes me more curious, to be honest.
There's nothing there. Don't look at it. Never mind. It's locked. Leave it alone. Ignore it. You can trust me. I'm a magical talking bird.
Cedric, you're so impatient.
Come on, Graham.
Very nice Cedric voice, thank you.
My literal only experience of that voice is from people constantly saying the poisonous snake line. When you get to the next game, I think I will have some small amount of vague memories of playing it as a kid. 'Cause I'm positive that it came with a computer that we bought at one point.
Okay, interesting.
But this one I have no experience of whatsoever.
It's a little hot still. All right, where else can we go? I figure we'll at least spend a little bit of time exploring more before we go into some dangerous forest.
Seems reasonable.
Oh.
What the heck is going on here?
Well, this person has a little marionette.
Okay.
And I think the other one's smoking a pipe. Sitting on a stool in front of his house, a young gnome happily plays with an exquisite marionette. Oops, I missed. An old grandfather gnome sits contentedly on an old stump and smokes a large pipe. He watches his grandson at play. Cedric isn't paying any attention to Graham. Okay, let's have a chat. Excuse me, sir. What are you doing here? Don't you know this is private property? Oh, I'm terribly sorry to bother you. I was just noticing your son's marionette. It's very interesting. Where did you get it? It's grandson, not son, and I made it for him. Why do you care? I just wanted to comment on its artistry. It's very well done. I don't suppose it could be bought? If it could, the price would be very steep. I reckon you couldn't afford it. Now leave me and my grandson be.
Hey, I noticed your kid enjoying that toy. Can I have it?
Yeah, that's a weird thing to say, both just in general, like, it's his. Mm-hmm. And also, like, doesn't he have more important things to worry about right now? I mean, I know we chose to talk to this gnome, but that's not necessarily what we chose to talk about. Mm-hmm. It's not what I was thinking.
I forget what, like, I know Graham's long-term objective is to get his castle and or family back. Mm-hmm. What is his short-term objective right now?
I don't know that he was given one. Like
I know Cedric, Cedric was like, I can help you get your castle back, maybe.
I mean, we know Mordak is the wizard that stole the castle. So we need to find him. I mean, I feel like I could be forgetting something, but I feel like we weren't given much more than that to go on.
Okay. I have a pet peeve about games of this era not giving you a firm motivation and direct goal to achieve. Like with King's Quest IV, your dad's dying, your goal is to get this fruit, and then you also have the secondary goals of help Janesta so she can send you home with the fruit. So it's weird to go to the next game and it's just like, castle's gone. Do something about it.
Right. I'm writing a note about the marionette, like, given the conversation, I assume it's a thing we want.
Right.
I don't remember what use that would have. Graham attempts to speak to the young gnome, but the boy seems very shy and doesn't answer. Okay. This tree surrounded by water looks interesting, so let's go north.
Whoa.
Oh! Okay. Oh. Sad. It's sad. I'm playing sad music about it.
It's literally a weeping willow.
Oh yeah. Miss Willow? Yes? You can talk? Why, of course I can. What did you expect? Well, I've never seen a talking tree before. What's wrong? Everything's wrong. Can't you tell? I'm not really a tree. I'm really a princess. You see, my fiancé and I were walking through this wood when a nasty old witch came along and was instantly charmed. When he naturally refused her advances, she jealously banished him to a faraway land and turned me into a tree. Then she stole my heart. Stole your heart? Yes, she turned my heart to gold and took it away with her. The only way I can become human again is to have my heart brought back. Now all I have to cheer me up is my harp. It's quite magical, you know. It plays the sweetest music you've ever heard. Now please, leave me alone in my sorrow.
The prince you encountered before.
Right, at first I was like,
Similar-
oh, is this the princess he's looking for?
there
But I
was
don't think it
music.
is.
There was music playing on that screen when you met him that sounded very similar to this tune.
Uh-huh. But the story doesn't seem to match up, right?
I mean, all we know is that he's looking for a lady that he lost.
Mm-hmm.
All he really had to say about it was her physical description, not anything about the circumstances.
But she said that her fiancé has been banished to a faraway land,
Sure.
which I don't think 2 screens over would count as.
I mean, we don't know how long he's been wandering either.
Sure.
All I'm trying to do is point out the musical similarity. We got a leitmotif going on here, I think.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to find the right camera spot here. There we go. I just want to share my sad tree drawing. Graceful weeping willow tree grows beside a small pond created from her tears. In her branch-like arms, she clutches a beautiful harp as a child would a cherished toy.
Also, this tune reminds me a little bit of, I want to say it's a song from Les Mis.
Oh, interesting.
There is a castle on a cloud. I like to go there in my sleep. Aren't any floors for me to sweep. Dream on. I can't quite think of how that goes.
Yeah, it's not ringing a bell for me. By Aerosmith.
Right, like I know that that's an Aerosmith song, but I can't think of any of the rest of it other than the part that goes "Dream on." The screamy part.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Also, I have my very accurate singing renditions. It's not going to get you DMCA'd.
Oh no, I hope not.
I'm kidding.
What a sad song she plays. Let's try to cheer her up, Graham. Would you like a pie? That's about all I have to offer.
Do trees
Let's
like
try
pie?
talking again. Following the willow tree's wishes, Graham politely decides not to bother her further. Okay, that's fair. Whoa, is Steven Tyler at your house? So... Just double check that this takes us back to the forest entrance. Yep. So far, we've got a lot of problems.
Problems to solve. Cedric's being a little problematic.
We got a lot of people who need help, a lot of items we presumably need to get, but not a lot of ways to accomplish those things. What were you going to say?
Did you see that message from Cedric there? Or did it go away before you were looking?
Oh, no, I did not see it.
He basically says that he does not trust these travelers.
Ah, yes. Yeah, these people, we'll refer to them as travelers, are referred to by a word that is generally considered a slur. So that's unfortunate. Obviously, in the context of this game, it's a little bit different than how that word is used in real life. But just wanted to bring that up. And then, you know, it's these people are kind of treated in the same way, at least by Cedric, as being like not trustworthy or something. But
it's your, I guess, standard cartoon depiction of
Yeah.
of Romany people.
Right. Let's... Wagon is encamped here at the edge of the woods. On the side of the wagon, the words fortune teller have been painted. Let's talk to this fellow. The sullen man doesn't look like the conversational sort. Okay. Can we go in?
Is that the cow chewing rhythmically? Or is he whittling?
Yeah, I think the sound we're hearing, the non-mooing sound, is something this guy is doing. I guess I didn't look at him. Graham notices a dark, burly man who keeps a suspicious eye on him and Cedric. Okay, so no description of what he's doing. He's typing on a mechanical keyboard. That must be it.
Yeah, I was gonna guess whittling or something like that.
Let me draw this real quick, and then we'll see if we can go inside or not. I do feel like a fortune teller could be useful. Give us some guidance, perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a lovely cow I've drawn. And by cow, I mean indistinct blob. No. I think that's... Oh, what?
It's gone?
Oh, okay. Maybe we can't go in here. Cedric said something, but then I clicked right as he was saying it, so it disappeared. But it kind of seems like we can't go in here.
Well, I mean, it's his house. You would need his permission, I would think.
Well, I mean, it's a fortune teller, right?
Sure.
Like, I guess I assume that, this guy doesn't really want to talk to us, but it seems like effectively a business we should be able to go into.
I suppose.
I could be making assumptions, but it's got a big sign on the side. Steaming pot of stew bubbles over a small campfire. Large ox tied to the wagon peacefully munches on grass. Okay. I guess this is yet another thing we'll just have to come back to.
Guess so.
What's this? Okay, it's nothing, I guess. I'll write a note about the fortune teller. It will cost you 1 gold coin to see Madame Mushka. Okay. I guess we just had to walk in front of. I was trying to click on the door, not in front of it. At one point I clicked like at the bottom of the steps, but So we do not have a gold coin, so we cannot do that yet. Need a gold coin. We need a lot of money. Maybe we do need to find a job.
For real. Can't expect to find all your money on the street.
Okay. Here we have a very elaborate ant castle.
Oh yeah, look at that.
A colony of large ants parade up and down a huge anthill built amid some scrubby bushes.
Yeah, I don't know if the guys at the inn are hiring.
Yeah, I mean, if we can't even talk to him without getting murdered, I'm not sure how we would get a job there anyway. Seems like a bit of a problem. Maybe these ants can give us a job?
I don't know that they'll have money to pay you though.
You never know.
That's true. They could be magical ants.
Shoemakers, they seem nice. Having King of Daventry on your resume is a plus. Is it though? I mean...
Yeah, we don't know that he's a good king. He might be real bad at running a country.
At least he's got some background in, you know, general adventuring skills.
Yeah. I would say those are probably more marketable than his kingliness.
Yeah. Let's talk to these ants. The ants are too busy to engage in conversation with Graham. Okay.
Would you like to speak to animals? Too bad.
Yeah, what
They
the
don't
heck?
want to talk to you.
What the heck, game?
Exactly, David Alexander. He is not an effective head of state, from what I can tell. I wouldn't vote for him.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay, let's just draw some ants here just to be clear about what this is.
I'm with you, Culinary.
I'm convinced he and his family are just playing king and queen out in the boonies with no actual subjects.
This is kind of what I was getting at when I was
Yeah.
asking about if we have ever seen very much of actual Daventry. Like, I don't know that they have subjects.
The gnome,
Okay, they have one subject.
who was very excited when we returned.
I got it.
Thanks. I guess that was in the third game when we returned. Very excited to see the prince. I think his only subjects are the goat, starving man, woman, and a bunch of local assholes like the wizard and klepto gnome.
Oh yeah, and like you're only if one of your few subjects is, you know, starving, that also doesn't speak well
Sure.
as to your system of government if you cannot provide a good social safety net. Or even a
I mean, that
booming
was
economy.
before we saved the kingdom, though,
I
right?
suppose,
I mean, we did eventually give them food. Infinite food, I think.
Oh yeah.
So, like, that counts for something, right?
I forgot there was like a
We never really, in the games, have an opportunity to see Daventry when it is prospering.
That's true. But it does
I mean,
seem
I'm
like
just
it's-
trying to be fair here.
It does seem
I'm
like
not-
it's in a constant state of crisis.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, who isn't these days? Topical humor.
Let's go. There isn't anything to do here. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to go. Jeez. Okay, now we got flies. Oh, bees. Oh, stay away from those bees. Hopefully they'll leave me alone if I
Just can't stand there.
stand over here while I'm drawing. A lot of cool trees in this game. All very interestingly drawn. Okay, let's take a look at these bees. A swarm of bees buzz around a hole in a rotted old tree. Can we talk to him? Bees don't have much to say. Can we talk to Cedric about the bees? Cedric doesn't have anything important to say. Okay. What are we supposed to do? We bought a pie. That's all I've accomplished today. Sad state of affairs.
I assume since you took the trouble to purchase the pie that you recall what the pie is for.
Yes.
Okay.
But
it doesn't come up for a while.
I can't say for certain that I would have remembered if people hadn't. Well, actually, I should actually say I'm not 100% sure what we use the pie for, but
Okay.
I think I know. And I know we don't want to eat it.
Okay. So my main question is like, do you know approximately when the pie will be useful?
Quite a bit later.
Okay. So it does not solve any of our immediate
No,
needs.
absolutely not.
Okay.
We're just gonna be hanging on. We're just gonna keep that pie in our pocket for a good long while.
Pocket pie.
Should we examine this tree, maybe? It appears the bees have a hive inside the hole of the old dead tree. Okay. Bees. Not sure if we can go this way or not. I think we're getting close to that desert area. Oh no.
Did you forget to save?
Yeah, I haven't saved in a little bit.
Oops.
I don't know why I thought that would be safe to do.
That's
in
very
retrospect.
silly. That's very silly of you.
Mustn't mess around with bees. I mean, I wasn't trying to bother them. I thought I could just walk past. Foolish. One thing I keep noticing every time I come back to this is, since we're in a standard Macintosh dialog box, back in the days before any sort of sorting options, it's kind of hard to tell which is our most recent save. So I think I might want to start numbering.
Yeah, it's probably smart.
I'm pretty sure this forest one is the last, the most recent one.
You haven't done anything.
Yeah, I have not done anything at all. So, I mean, we might want to talk to people again real quick here. Just in case that, has any effect on the world state.
Right.
But we can click through it real quick. So leave her alone. And go over here. Have any gold coins?
Oh, the sound continues even when he stands up.
Oh,
So maybe that's just ambient music in the area?
maybe. Let's try going west from here. See where that gets us. Let's go ahead and save now. I'm just gonna name this one 4 ants. There's nothing but a hot, dry desert further west. Most people avoid it, but there are bandits out there. Because there are bandits out there. If you insist on going, I'll wait for you here. Okay. So this, I know, is the area I showed a very old map of. Like, I know it's a very big area. So when we do come out here, which I don't think will be just yet, I will start a new sheet of paper. And for that, I think I'll do much simpler maps for... I'll just do squares since it's such a big area, and I mean it's just going to be all slightly different desert bits. There you are. I was starting to get concerned. Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing. There's our bees again. Alright, I never finished coloring this in. Rare chance to use purple. I'm not sure exactly what we want to do right now. We've got the desert we could explore. We've got the creepy forest. Out of those two, I'm somewhat more inclined to explore the creepy forest first.
That was hot.
Yeah, and less big, less vast.
Yeah.
I'm just go ahead and color this roof purple. You know, it's a bit more blue. That's okay. Is this? I was like, is this pile of hay worth looking at?
I mean, it took the trouble to draw it.
A large haystack dominates the area in front of the barn. And then I remembered, I think there's a needle in this haystack.
I mean, why wouldn't there be?
Right. I did not remember how we find that.
Culinary also was wondering if there might be a needle in there. I am not familiar with RuneScape, though, so I don't get that reference.
Carefully, excuse me, Graham searches through the haystack but doesn't see anything of importance. Graham can see an unbreakable padlock on the barn door. Jeez. The side entrance of the country inn. I'm going to save real quick before I do anything with the inn.
Yeah, that seems smart.
If you ever need a needle in RuneScape, you can search a haystack a few times for one. That's fascinating. Side door is locked. Okay, so this is where our snake is. So I know eventually kind of our like, I don't think anyone has told this, but I know that we need to get past the snake. And that will take us to a different area of the game. And I kind of think that's why they take you to that screen right away to show you that snake, and you know, Cedric points out that the snake is there.
Hey, look, a
So
snake.
immediately you're like, okay, how do I get past that snake? I know I want to go past that snake at some point, right?
Right.
So that's kind of our further along objective. So everything we do in this area is eventually working towards that objective, I think.
Okay. Do snakes like pie?
I don't think so. And then there's other things we're getting in this area that kind of prepare us for later, of course. Yeah, I think we should just go ahead and explore the forest. I can't really think of anything else to do right now, aside from forest or desert. Let's do another save. And head on in. Since I'm at the top of this sheet, I will start a new map. Can we grab this frog? I want this frog. Oh, it's too fast.
What you gonna do with the frog?
I don't know.
That's a good boing boing noise.
I know, right? In snarling roots, creeping vines, decaying logs, and twisted gnarled trees, the close feeling of the gloomy forest quickly overwhelms Graham. I don't really remember, but my feeling is we're gonna get lost in this forest.
It seems like a fair assessment.
You know, we got a warning sign, it's a creepy forest.
Right.
And related to that, I think I'm not gonna do a very detailed map of the forest. We will just very rough. This is your start point. And start exploring. Toads look too repulsive to catch. Okay. So maybe we don't want a toad. Seemed like a good idea to me. You never know when you might want a toad. Watch for murdery trees. That's a... That's a little bit murdery looking, if you ask me. Oh! Okay. Gosh.
Yeah, that's a good point David Alexander makes. Do we have an axe that we can use to threaten trees if necessary?
I don't think so. All we have is, dang it.
All we have is a pie. Do trees like pie?
Yeah, I mean, we could offer the tree a pie, maybe. We got a custard pie, which looks terribly delicious, and a crappy wand that has been neglected for years. These plants are a little scary looking. Strange plants and animals inhabit this dark and dreary place while thin rays of sunlight barely break the surface of the forest's thick foliage. I didn't mean to come here yet, so I'm going to go back down here for a moment. Oh! Oh! That old witch caught Graham totally off guard, Ribbit. Oops!
Didn't think to watch for witches.
If only Rosella was here, she knows how to handle evil trees.
Exactly.
Jeez. Okay, so... I gotta be careful in here. I mean, we knew that, but I wasn't sure what kind of things we needed to watch out for.
Right.
But obviously, like, random death is a concern, basically. So this pretty much just goes through here. That's not where I'm gonna do a new save now that we're in the forest, and I'll just kind of periodically save over that when it seems like it's safe. This kind of looks like a large rock-like creature blocks further passage to the west. Okay. Can't talk to this creature. Can we gently move the creature out of the way? No. Does it like pie? I'm not going to find out. Rock creature. Oh. Cool, witch's castle, though.
Indeed.
I do not remember if, there's anything we can do to keep from randomly dying in here.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a hint book for this game?
I do. Oops, wrong save. Also, I keep wanting to go in the previous games. The save menu bar was, I don't know, maybe in the middle somewhere. I keep reaching for the wrong spot in the menu bar, basically.
I was wondering about the hint book just because I remembered that a common form of question in a hint book is, help, I keep dying repeatedly. Right. Or how do I stop this thing from killing me?
Have you tried not dying? I wonder if she might always appear on this next screen.
Yeah, it kind of looks
yeah,
like her
okay.
house.
I think she's always going to show up there. Okay, so let's try going back the other way. Let's see what's over there. Oh, what?
What's wrong?
Oh.
Is your map useless?
Maybe. Oh. I thought we were going to come back to the beginning here, but we did not.
I like the little sound after you get turned into a frog.
Yeah. I don't know if we're basically screwed here. Okay. Finally got in this room without dying. Like, I think... Oh, is this the way around? Okay, I can get around here. I love our little toad friend. Okay, so... So this is basically a one-way path here. It's interesting that, like, we started out here, but, like, this is clearly... Like, we can see the witch's castle there, so this is clearly south of there. Like, it kind of matches up with things. But it's very disorienting. I figured that would happen. So where does this take us then? Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems kind of Lost Woodsy. Okay. I'm gonna...
Different noises on this screen in particular. Of course, now I've said that, they stop happening.
Yeah,
Like a little twinkly.
I heard it too, yeah, twinkly. I'm gonna leave this forest real quick. I want to see where we end up if we start at the start and then go right. Just to kind of try to understand what's going on here a little better. Okay, so we end up here. So basically, so it's consistent. My map's a little messy here, but basically the start screen, once we leave there, it seems we can't come back there. If we try to go through that area there, we're in a different screen that doesn't let us leave the forest. But aside from that, it seems like it's consistent. You know, we leave one place and we end up in the same place that always goes to, just with that one exception. Let's go back here. Also, it seems like this might be a fairly small area, at least. A crude little door built into the trunk of a large twisted tree catches Graham's attention.
You dropped your green pen.
Yeah, it's okay. Graham tugs at the door on the tree but finds it securely locked. Okay. I assume if we can go left, it just takes us to our death. So I'm not even gonna try. Let's see if we can go this way. Oh, maybe this is how we get around to the left, actually. I kind of think we came here too soon. That seems like it's the whole forest. So we'll go back outside the forest and look elsewhere for now. I guess we'll try the the desert. I'm not super excited about it. I know it's very big. save here. Oh. There we go. I assume this also goes to the desert. Yes. Okay. I think I need another sheet of paper. I think I should use a fresh sheet for the desert.
Are you gonna go get that?
Yeah, I'll get it. I'll take a very short break and come back in just a minute or two. Okay, I got some fresh sheets of paper out of the printer and I'm ready to explore the desert. I don't know if I'm going to end up being wrong, but we'll just assume this is as far north as we can go since there's a wall here.
Were you saying that the old map that you found in the game box was a map of the desert, or am I making that up?
Yeah, there's one side of the paper is a big map, which seems to be the desert. And then the other side has a map from the area later in the game.
Also, do you recall what age you would have been when you drew that map?
I mean, it's probably 92, so... Math. Oh, like 15 or something?
Okay.
Figure I'll just follow this wall for a little while and see where that goes. Oh, interesting.
Is it the same wall or different?
It's the same screen, like there's different areas kind of
Okay.
overlaid to make it clear that it's not
I see.
the same wall.
Right.
That's fascinating. And it's also a little disorienting because it makes it look like this wall, like maybe you could do something with this section of the
Right,
wall,
right.
but I don't think that's what's going on here. I think they're just swapping out different chunks to give it some variation.
Right.
Hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink soon. Okay.
Uh-oh.
I didn't think I'd start dying that quickly. I knew that would happen. I just thought I'd have a little more time. I'm just going to continue along this wall to see how far I can get. Am I going to the middle of the screen to lay down and die?
Guess so.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert. Dying for a drink, Graham? I mean, apparently. Okay. I thought that would, I thought we could explore a little bit more. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking about what to do. Like, that experience of dying that quickly makes me wonder if maybe I'm not supposed to go in the desert yet.
It sounds like you need a source of drinking water.
The thing is, I know there's an oasis in the desert.
So you just have to get there quickly?
So, like, I really don't remember that much about this, how this desert works. Like, I'm not sure if I just need to, like, keep mapping things out until I find out the place I need to go to, or what? Question is, does this even take me to the wall? Or...
Whoa.
Okay, so it does. Okay, that's good. If Cedric were helpful, he could fly up and tell Graham where to go. Exactly.
I forget, what was the reason Cedric said he didn't want to come in here? Was it because of bandits?
Bandits was an additional reason, I think. I think
Okay.
he gave some other reason. I think he just, like, I mean, it's hot and
Sure.
unpleasant.
Doesn't like to be hot. I can relate.
Like, the map I made, that I found in the box had lots of, like, arrows winding around that made it seem like I was noticing a pattern, like going to one area brought me back to the same area. But I suspect that was possibly a misunderstanding about what was happening with reused backgrounds.
Okay.
Like, my feeling is that it's consistent in where I'm going. I just need to find the right place to go to. but I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it's maybe not helpful to rely on what one remembers of playing a game like this from childhood, because whatever assumptions you had at the time might have been incorrect.
Right, sure, absolutely.
Kind of like how I was fixated on that yellow rope hanging on the wall in the fisherman's hut, because I thought that must be a golden bridle.
Okay. Shoot. I keep going north to kind of test my assumptions here, and okay, I did get there. Maybe I was just... Maybe I just screwed up my map? From what I had mapped out, I would have expected to get to this wall a screen sooner than I did.
In fairness, if a snake can be a flying horse, anything can be a bridle.
Let's see what happens if we just keep going south at the edge of the desert here. Oh!
Oh, a little scorpion get ya?
Yup!
That's funny. What is this, Animal Crossing?
I don't know if that's random or if that's always on that screen. I mean, it's a little less fatal in Animal Crossing, right?
Sure.
If only Graham could simply go back home once he is bit by a scorpion. I already lost track of where I am. I think I'm here. You know what? I should turn the speed all the way up while we wander around here. Honestly, this is a fine walking speed, but if the speed is all the way up, some other things end up being kind of weirdly fast. So that's why I've been avoiding doing that so far. Snow here. Allegedly. Okay.
I don't know if you'd call this music necessarily, but this sound is
It's-
a pretty good way of conveying
Right.
that you are in an unpleasant situation. This was maybe a bad idea kind of sound.
Right. And of course, the screen there kind of hints at what we want to do, which is find an oasis. If only he could have found an oasis. Okay. I'm just gonna keep at it. Now I'm realizing if we started from the ants, if maybe we could get a screen further through the desert before we collapse. Nice. Honestly, I thought it was going to take me way longer to find this. Oh god, what if it's like a mirage? A small oasis. Its tantalizing water, so sparkling in the desert sun. Graham's hot, thirsty body is irresistibly drawn to it. How do I drink? Hands?
Dunk your whole head in
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel renewal flowing through him. We did it, y'all.
Everybody remember to hydrate.
Yes. And also, save your game. But now what do we do? I guess my inclination is to go back to the wall and continue along that. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. There's... Okay, shift click cycles through the different options. And command click cycles between whatever I have selected and going back to walk. Very useful to know. That's a thing we learned from the README that I forgot to look at. I did peek at it off stream the other day, which is why I already know these things. I just meant to look at it to remind me. Okay, so I think we're here now, and presumably we can get... No, we were here, now we're here. Right? Ah.
What's that?
I don't know, but it's cool as hell.
It reminds me a little bit of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Yeah, absolutely. From across the desert sands, Graham can hear the sound of approaching hoofbeats. That's not good.
Oh no.
At least I have a save at the Oasis. Let's see if I can... Looming before him, a huge temple door beckons tantalizingly to Graham. Stone statues of Pegasus guard this old crumbling temple. Built into the rocky cliffs, an ancient temple towers above Graham as he surveys its ornately carved columns and friezes? Is that how you say that?
I think so.
So there's a door here, but, open sesame. Oh. The temple door won't open. Perhaps there's something missing. Okay. So, yet another, thing for our to-do list. Temple door in desert.
Will our to-do list become a to-done list?
Not this week, at the rate we're going. I'm gonna okay. Looks like we escaped the bandits at least. Can I take a drink here? Okay. Nectar of the Gods. Ah, jeez. Actually, I'm gonna wait. I assume they'll show up here. A spy! Get him! I'm gonna see what happens.
This is kind of a gimme, but I'm redeeming some coins for death.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
Watch out for bad guys, Graham.
I was too slow.
Thanks for the tip, game.
Well, I can go ahead and mark that request completed.
Thank you. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to see what happened in case it gave us any information about these bandits. It kind of sounds like we just need to avoid them and there's not anything to do with them. Shoot. Command click. Go. Book it. Oh shit, too slow. Yeah, I'm trying. Oh, work with me here. Go. Okay. Okay. So now I'm gonna try to get back to the Oasis. Where are they headed? That's a good question. Oh! This is interesting.
What, the skeleton?
Yeah. And also, there's something a bit below him.
I see.
Oh, a picked clean and sun-bleached skeleton of a man lies in the sand of the hot, dry desert. What happened? Who can say? But it makes Graham uneasy, nevertheless. An old shoe lies forgotten near the poor man's skeleton.
Old shoe.
That doesn't sound that useful.
Who amongst us hasn't been lost in a desert and wondered, if only I had remembered to bring a shoe?
Uneasily, Graham reaches down and removes the old shoe from the desert sand. This also... Oh, no.
Trouble?
I thought the Oasis would be here.
Oh.
Shit. I'm gonna lose my shoe. Oh no. Okay, so the desert is not... Well, I mean, it's possible I keep losing track of exactly where I am, but I feel like the desert is not entirely consistent.
Yeah. Here goes the highlight item for the next Daventry garage sale. Meaning the shoe, I believe. Robot Spacer's in focus mode.
Open sesame. Okay, he's got a staff he's pounding. Okay. So we need staff from bandits. Save over that. So I'm gonna head this way some more. See if we can find out where those bandits are coming from. Also, I appreciate the subtle hint, David Alexander. I'm running out of paper. And life. I didn't get very far. I don't exactly know how the thirst mechanic works, like if it's time-based or distance-based. We'll try drinking water again right before leaving and see if we can get any further. Here.
Maybe that's what the shoe is for. You fill it with water to carry with you. That's a joke.
It sounds ridiculous and gross, but
Yeah.
also, it could be.
Might be worth trying.
Depends if it has any holes in it or not, I guess.
True, that's true.
Okay, so we're getting a little farther. So that's good at least. Okay. And that's it. Hey, Celtic Delta, good to see you. Good morning and or evening to you. I assume it's morning for you. It is evening here.
I suppose I should get up and start making dinner. But then I'd have to stop playing solitaire on my phone.
Okay, so now what? How do I get out of this dang desert? I honestly don't know how to map it anymore.
Right.
Let's see if we can get back to the shoe
I
here.
wonder if there's like a specific route you can take that stays the same.
Okay. So we're back at the shoe. Like, I mean, whatever's going on, it's not completely random. Like, I was able to take a different path. Like, when I got to the shoe the first time, I went here and then I went south and I got to that shoe. This time I went south and then I went over, and it got me to the same spot in the same number of moves. So there's some consistency at least. But the oasis isn't here, so I don't know if I screwed up my map somewhere or if, like, for all I know, once I've gone to the oasis once, I won't be able to find my way back there.
Like it's a one-time thing.
Like maybe there's some other place where I can find an oasis now. I don't know exactly how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a nice little animated floppy disk emote, so you can remind me to save my game. I'm gonna... Okay. I'm just kind of poking around to see if I can find an oasis, like, within a couple screens of this skeleton. Oh, geez,
Space.
my files are just in a weird order. The 10 ended up at the top because it starts with a 1.
I see.
It's before they realized that they should sort things more like a human would, where 10 comes after 9 instead of up with the 1s.
Right.
Sometimes technology improves. I suppose I could try going... Oh, I don't even know if I can get back to the... Here's the thing. Let's experiment. I'm going to go back to my Oasis save. And I'm going to find out if the shoe is to the left of there. Hey, thank you for renewing your subscription. Appreciate that very much. Wondered why it didn't let me do this. I had to refresh. Hello, can't stay long today, just in to say hello and resub. Well, thanks, I appreciate it, and it's good to see you for a bit. So let's see if this shoe is right here. Okay, it's not. So maybe I did screw up my map. See if I can find it anywhere near here. Ah, okay.
Did you miss a screen in your map?
I don't know. Like, starting at the Oasis, the shoe is basically right here, which would have required me to miss a couple of screens. So I don't know what's going on there. It's possible it'd be a good idea to this might be a case where I actually do a little experimenting off-stream, just to try to see if I can make any sense of the desert. Like I might start over again and see if I can, follow my map to the Oasis, figure out if I missed a screen or what's going on there exactly. Just spend a little time trying to make sense of this desert instead of wandering around endlessly on stream. But now I'm seeing... Okay. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Maybe I will. Okay. So now I have my shoe and we're in a safe place. So this is an improvement. Assuming we eventually need a shoe. Hide behind this rock again. Solar said, I'm going to cook dinner real quick, but you've made amazing progress today. Thank you. I appreciate the encouragement because I don't really feel that way. I do feel like we've made some progress, but we haven't accomplished that much other than get a pie. We've at least... Yeah, and a shoe now.
Now you have a shoe.
And we're starting to unravel some mysteries of the desert. We haven't fully made sense of it yet, but we're definitely making progress on it. Okay, so now we can overwrite our... Well, I'm just going to save over this shoe save. Let's look at our shoe. Why not? The worn old shoe is cracked and dry from the desert sun. Like, it feels like a long shot, but let's try filling it with water. No, we cannot use the shoe. Can we wear the shoe? No. A shoe in a safe place. A story.
Would the door be impressed by your shoe?
So I feel like the staff is the thing we're missing here. Like the bandit banged his staff on the ground and said, "Open sesame." So now what? Well, that's what you shoe. I'll make my way to the exits. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just thinking here. I know how to get to the skeleton from here, And then I know that I got to the oasis. I got from the oasis to the shoe along this path. So if anything is consistent, I should be able to go 2 right and 1 down and get to the oasis again. I don't think that's correct. But I'm going to try it. Well, I appreciate it regardless, Celtic Delta. Silver might not, though. I feel like here's what I think. If we're starting from a known point, then you're able to take a consistent path to at least certain other things. But beyond that, I'm not sure there's a clear logic to the way the desert works. Does that make sense? Also,
I didn't hear it all. I did not retain the sentence that you said.
I don't want to look anything up until I'm done playing the game, basically, but I am incredibly curious exactly how, like, programmatically this desert is designed. Logic and Sierra don't always go together. Yes, certainly that is correct. Hello, Conga Line Monkey. Whoops. Okay.
Siri just really wants our attention today, I think.
Yeah. I mean, what else is new?
Okay. I'll go start dinner.
All right, thanks again for stopping in, and have a good rest of your day, Celtic Delta. I'm not going to play too much more, but Unsecret Crush is going to start on dinner, so that gives me a little more time. So I'll continue exploring the desert for a bit and see if I can learn anything else.
Didn't do any shenanigans while I'm busy.
Yeah. I'm just going to try... I'm going to try different paths from the temple door. It's so hard to keep track of all these extremely same-looking areas, even with a map. It's like, wait, did I put my finger over the square I'm at, or the one I'm going to? And I think here's where I die. No? Not yet? Here's where I die. But based on what I was trying to say, like, I feel like I can't get back to this oasis, or at least not in the same way that I did before. But I assume there's some path I can take from the temple forest that gets me to somewhere with water. So that's what I'm experimenting with here. Just want to make sure I have the right save here.
Are there always vultures when you die of thirst?
Oh yeah, the vultures always come for you once you're dead. Here now. This is actually a Macintosh emulator. I have installed macOS 7.6 in order to play almost exactly the game that the way I played this game when it originally came out. We had a Macintosh 2CI back then with a nice color screen, and this was the King's Quest 4 never came out for Mac, and before that time we had a much older monochrome Macintosh. So this was the first King's Quest game I had the opportunity to play in color. So that made it very exciting for me. I kind of lost track of my map. I'm just going and going. Yeah, specifically this emulator is Basilisk 2. Which is able to emulate some newer Macs. It can run Mac OS 8 point something is the latest version it can run. And it can give you... actually, I don't know for sure that Mini VMac is monochrome only. But this one can give you color screens and lets you pick what kind of screen you want. And stuff like that. Still sitting here in awe of the stream overlay. I might have to bug you for input if I make one for Quest for Glory 5. Of course, feel free to. Yeah, so I made this overlay by... the camera frame was taken from the calculator app that comes with this version of macOS. The notepad is from the notepad app that comes with this version of macOS. And then I just kind of drew my own frame around the game itself. It was fun to piece together. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try harder to keep track here. I think we're here now. Actually, let's go over to the shoe to get our bearings. Oh, I'm already lost. Okay, we're maybe south of the shoe. Okay, there's the shoe. Yes! Water, please. Okay. Nectar of the Gods. So that was interesting, like... Thanks for that follow. Appreciate it. Yeah. Again, I don't want to look it up until I'm positive. I don't need to come back here anymore. But I'm so curious how this is programmed. Like that was kind of a similar path when I took from the Oasis to the skeleton and the shoe, but it wasn't quite the same. Like there was an extra screen in there. So I am just dying to learn how this actually works. I hope that we can just keep going east now. Okay. This might take us to the bees. So I'm going to go north, and I think this will take us to... Oh, is that a roadrunner? Oh, too slow. Scraggly bushes of the brushland taper off to dry, sandy desert as far as the eye can see to the west. Yes, we've been there. Oh! Well, there you are. I was starting to get concerned. Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing. A bully of a dog terrorizes the poor ants as he digs up their large ant hill. Oh, this is 12. So I guess accomplishing some things in the desert, or at least going in the desert, has resulted in something new happening here. Or maybe it's just random? I don't know. Let's see what we can do here. Can we talk to this dog? The dog doesn't pay any attention to Graham. Let's try talking to the ants again. Too busy. This dude just got over major heart trauma, but don't worry about him. Yeah, that is true. I mean, I guess he did have the magic fruit, so maybe he's like fully 100% recovered from that, but he did have a real rough time in the last game. It seems like, I know this ant, or this dog is terrorizing the ants, but I kind of feel like we need to throw the shoe at him, which seems kind of cruel, but I feel like I'm maybe remembering that correctly. I'm gonna try it. Sorry. Don't do this. Oh, okay, that's much better than what I thought was gonna happen. Okay. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm King Antony the Great. May I ask who you are? What an amazing name. Why, certainly. I'm King Graham of Daventry, and this is my friend Cedric. We're seeking a way to cross the great mountains to the ocean on the other side. Do I need to click? Okay. That is a very perilous undertaking. I wish you would reconsider, but if you shall not, in return for rescuing our home from that flea-bitten cur, I wish to offer you our help if perchance you may ever need it. Thank you very much, King Antony. Cedric and I appreciate your kind offer. We look forward to meeting you again. It's very hard to say King Antony and not laugh. I'm glad I'm not meeting King Antony in real life. I would feel bad. It's a very good name. I love it. Okay, so he offered to help us, but how? I'm gonna save. Do another ant save, just in case. Like, I'm forever afraid that I'm choosing the wrong solution to a puzzle and it's gonna screw something up. Shoe play, not shoe attack. Yes. Yeah, so I actually did a big long thing at the beginning of the stream where I showed off some different versions of the games and talked about them a little bit. So the CD-ROM version, which I think, from what I've gathered, is the one people are most familiar with. It's fully voiced. Has, aside from the voices, a bunch of other small differences, like some of the characters actually have less animation going on, which is an interesting change. I'm not sure if they, threw that out just to give them a little more disk space, or if they just kind of redid all the character animations to make them more consistent or what. But yeah, there's a bunch of cases like that where you get a fuller portrait and a little more animation. Let's try talking to the ants again. No? Okay. So they're gonna help us at some point. I do not remember how that will happen. Let's get back to my map of this area. Can ants do anything about bees? Do we try talking? Alright, bees don't have much to say. It makes it sound like bees in general just aren't talkative. I'm having another memory that perhaps the ants help us with this. Find something in this pile of hay at some point. But we still don't have any reason to look in the pile of hay. Ultimately, I'm continuing to search for what the heck we need to do right now. We used up the one item we got from the desert, so I'm kind of lost again. Welcome back to our bakehouse. I hope you enjoy our custard pie. I will, but not until much later. Okay, not much to say. Did we try to talk to this cat? Cat doesn't appear to like Graham, much less answer him. Okay. Of course, I suppose it's also possible some other things have changed aside from the dog bothering the ants. So it's worth looking around at everything again. I don't think we can talk to any of these random people. Yeah, people are too busy to spend much time talking to Graham. Figured it was worth a shot. Still the same situation in this shop. Let's try, we never tried looking at this. Here, let me help you with that. Oh, that cloak fits you perfectly. It looks wonderful on you. Let me tell you, it will certainly keep you toasty warm during the coming winter. Let me know if you wish to buy it. That does sound very useful. Unfortunately, we still have no money. Just a pie and a busted wand. Not wishing to be put through another speech about fine shirts and trousers, Graham wisely keeps his mouth shut. Okay, well. Try talking to this kid. Nope. Too slow. Can't do it. Buy them and steal it. Come on in, look around. Let me know if you're interested in anything. This all seems the same. I'm just gonna write over this save. Just for fun. Let's see what happens if we try to offer this guy a pie. Grandpapa, yes, my darling? Okay, this is the same conversation we saw before. This girl really wants to keep that doll, but it's a doll destined for somebody else. The toy maker wouldn't find that suitable for his business. Okay, an interesting response. This is a dead end to the right here. I should double check. What about this door at the end? I haven't tried that, have I? Take a look around if you want, but we don't have any shoes to sell you right now. We sold our last finished pair yesterday. Our business ain't doing so good anymore, and we're getting too old to keep trying. I'm making a concerned face because this seems like a potential use for a shoe. Is there anything I can do to help? There ain't nothing you can do short of buying us out, but like I said, if you want to look around, feel free. Okay, thanks. I'm concerned. I don't know what I would do with an old shoe here, but like it's hard not to make a connection there, right? And I know there's at least one permanent screw up that I don't know about. The shoemaker's wife, looking haggard and worn, tiredly stitches away at a large piece of shoe leather. Dog here? Skinny old dog lies down on the shoe shop's hard floor. Can we pet this dog? This old dog doesn't look very appealing. I'm sure it would still like to be pet. I'm sure it's a good dog. The old shoemaker wearily hammers tiny nails into a shoe sole. He doesn't even seem to notice Graham. Why would they want a messed up old shoe? Yeah, like, I mean, that's a reasonable thing. Like, obviously, if this were a real-life situation, I would not even consider that these people would be interested in an old shoe I found in the desert. But given this is an adventure game, I just wonder if there's something here. Old shoemaker wearily... Yeah, we just read that. So we can't talk to him. You don't have any shoes for sale, huh? That's right, no shoes at all. We're making a pair right now, but it'll take a while. We're not as fast as we used to be. Well, that's okay. My trusty boots should carry me through the rest of my journey. Sorry, son. We're doing the best we can. I don't have the shoe, though. I am, like... I'm a little tempted to back up and see if I can do anything with my shoe here, but I guess I won't worry about it just yet. We'll just kind of keep that in mind for later. Y'all want a pie? Even the dog doesn't want my custard pie. That's wild. You know, I just remembered at the very beginning of the game, I pointed out how I knew we could go back into Cedric's house, but I didn't think there was anything to do there, which I still think is true, but at this point it's worth double checking on that. Still have our poisonous snake here. Was the Macintosh backwards compatible? Would this version run things for older versions? Yeah, generally. There have been cases where that is not the case. But probably this version of macOS would be able to run, I would think, most, if not all, of the Sierra games that came out for Mac. That's my guess, but that seems like it's probably correct. At one point, they went from a Motorola processor to a PowerPC processor, which is actually kind of the cutoff point for this Basilisk 2 emulator. So, like, at that point, you will see more compatibility issues, I think. But I think this version of macOS should be able to run most software. Can we not go in? I swear I can go in here. You know, you might have issues where things are running a lot faster than they were designed to run, or, you know, some weird things like that. There we go. Okay. Don't be wasting your time coming in here, young man. I've done all I can for you. Now it's up to you. Well, anyway, I'm not going to be here for a little while. There's an emergency I have to attend to in a neighboring land. Interesting. I'll try to keep an eye out for you, but this is something you and Cedric are going to have to do yourselves. I wish you the best, King Graham. I appreciate all you've done, Crispin. I'll be on my way now. Okay, so we just automatically leave. Can I go back in again? Okay, now it's locked. That's about what I expected. I love vintage machines, but I have a pretty big blind spot for Macintosh. Yeah, I could be mistaken, Silver, about the switch to PowerPC processors. I honestly don't remember that transition from the Motorola to the PowerPC processors, like how that worked with software compatibility. Like, I'm pretty sure it wasn't like a hard cutoff. But then, like, when OS 10 came out, you had the original version of Rosetta, which could run older software made for older versions of macOS. And then, most recently, we now have the Apple Silicon or M1 processors. So on those, you have Rosetta 2, which can run apps designed for the Intel processors, which again was another transition. There's been lots of transitions like that, and generally Apple has had a way to deal with those transitions through software like Rosetta. But I don't know how that all works when you're running everything inside an emulator. So there's lots of things to consider there. It's so funny thinking of Crispin angrily locking the door behind him. Yeah. Also, I really want to know what's in this basement here. There's also a well over here. That's interesting. A small well is located near the cottage. Looks like for a few versions of the PowerPC Macs, they had a classic mode in the OS, which could play Mac OS 2 and newer software. That got dropped in Mac OS 7 or 8. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Where'd it go now? Still not much happening here. Visit these gnomes again. I feel like I haven't actually talked to them in this save file. Excuse me, sir. I won't bother to read this conversation. Basically, Graham wants to buy the marionette the kid is playing with for some reason. But the grandpa gnome is like, no? Get out of here. Get off my lawn, please. And the kid won't talk to us. I don't know why we want to buy this marionette. But clearly that's a thing of interest. And then we have this literal weeping willow that doesn't want to talk to us anymore. We don't want to bother her. Oh, interesting. Oh no. Was that fatal? It's salt water. I honestly didn't expect to be able to do that. This is basically a lake of her tears. And unsurprisingly, it's salty. For a second, I was worried it was going to be fatal for some reason. That's interesting, though. I wonder if that could possibly be useful in any way to have access to salt water. One of the few times Graham isn't punished for his curiosity, yes. Still can't do anything here until we have a gold coin. I think I'm gonna do a quick we'll overwrite that. And I'm gonna go back to before I used my shoe. Is that this? Yes. And I'm just gonna see if the shoemaker has any interest in an old shoe. It makes no sense, but I can't not try it since I'm kind of stuck right now. So there was, when we came back from the desert, there on the screen I was just on, there's a dog terrorizing the ants. And I had a memory that I needed to use the shoe there. And Graham tosses the shoe on the ground, and the dog grabs the shoe and runs away. So then King Antony was very appreciative of this. Oh! Frantic... Oh, no! I missed the text, but there was a cat. Y'all, I'm concerned. I'm concerned about a lot of things happening in this game. I'm pretty sure that rat is our friend. I'm pretty sure that rat is in trouble and we need to help it, but I don't know how. I feel like at one point, like, I noticed when we got thrown in the basement of this inn that there's a little, like, mouse hole in the wall. I want to say that's a place where we will meet the rat at some point. I'm sure that won't have consequences down the line. Yeah. Frantic squeaking alerts Graham as a mangy cat attacks a rat. The cat is from the bakery. I'm gonna go back. I don't know what to do. I've got so many concerns. I'm pretty sure we need to help that rat, but I don't know how. Is that another... I'm just asking this out loud. I'm not directly asking anyone. Like, I don't know if that's maybe a different use for the shoe? What do we need to do there? Thank you, Silver. Was that this cat? I mean, it kind of looked like this cat. I don't know if knowing that even helps us in any way. I tried the side door again, right? Pretty sure it's locked. That's got an unbreakable lock on it. I'm pretty sure that was bad. And I'm gonna back up and I'm gonna go experiment with his shoe and then I'll back up. Okay, so the old woman is not interested in this shoe. Which, again, makes sense. I'm pretty sure we need to help this couple in some way, but I don't really remember how. The best I could come up with there was like, maybe they can repair the shoe and sell it? I mean, they're obviously overworked and behind schedule, but you know, it's just one shoe. That's not useful. Okay, I'm gonna restore now. And we're going back to ants. And I'm gonna ignore this dog again. I wanna try to get the thing with the cat and the rat to happen again. I assume it will if I go back here. I doubt throwing the shoe is gonna help in this situation. It doesn't make sense. I only have so much to work with here, y'all. Okay, it didn't happen. So maybe that's a random occurrence. Interesting. Oh wait, I had gone back... Had I gone back into the bakery? Yeah, it must be random. Oh! Frantic squeakings alert Graham to a mangy cat chasing a terrified rat. Okay. And I was not fast enough to do anything at all. This is such a weird situation. Like, I almost feel like my memory of this game is vague enough that it's working against me. I feel confident I need to do something here, but I don't have any idea what, and I can't really think of anything logical. I'm just gonna do this out of curiosity. We did this once before and I just got thrown in the basement and died there, basically. So here's the little mouse hole I mentioned. So my thought is we need to help this rat, and then if we get thrown in this basement, the rat will help us back. Again, vague memories, not that useful. But I have no idea how to help the rat. Where's the cat even going? I do get points for... Well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? King Antony is so appreciative. I appreciate that, Silver. Yeah, I'm not, well, okay, I will. I'm trying to think of exactly what question I want to ask you. Let's start with this one. Am I correct in remembering that? I mean, I assume from the things you've said that I'm correct in remembering that I need to do something about this rat being caught by the cat. Thank you. Yeah, I've been mapping out all the King's Quest games as I play through them. Interestingly, this is the first time the manual has not suggested making a map, but I've decided for now to continue doing so. We'll see how far I get, because like as we go through the games, they get much bigger. So that was why I did a very simple desert map, since that's such a huge area. But I knew this was at least a smallish area. Okay, so follow-up question. Well, I'm going to try this first. I don't have a follow-up question just yet. I'm just curious if having dealt with the dog bothering the ants somehow changes this situation. My thought is maybe the dog gets bored of the shoe and somehow gets involved. I mean, dogs chase cats. I don't know. I'm doing my best. Yes, thank you. Okay, so it didn't happen. Okay, I think for the sake of limiting how much experimentation I need to do here, I'm gonna ask this question, which is, in this current playthrough, I scared away the dog using the shoe. Was that the right thing to do at that moment, or have I screwed up in some way? Obviously, this means I no longer have the shoe. The cat chasing the rat doesn't seem to be happening anymore. I don't know if that's just a random thing, but you don't need to answer that. Okay, so that was the wrong thing to do. Okay. I forget how I phrased my question. That was the wrong thing to do. Okay. That's what I strongly felt. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent so much time experimenting. Oh, Graham, that dog looks mean. I don't like dogs. Oh, that is a mean dog. Jeez. Okay. We can't talk to it. Oh right, there's a stick on the ground here. I noticed that when I when I got killed by the bees. And that's suddenly of great interest, because that's a real good way to distract a dog. Just write down dog harassing ants. Stick below bees. So honestly, I feel like the real question here is, what the hell else can we do with a shoe, with an old shoe? The bees don't care about my shoe. I'm pretty confident, like, I remember struggling with this, but I'm gonna try to pick up the stick anyways. Graham beds down and picks up the large stick from the ground and then dies by bees. No? Really? I was so sure! Okay. Once again, my memory has just failed me in unexpected ways. It appears to be an average stick of wood. Okay, so I feel pretty good that this is the correct way to deal with this dog. Here, boy. Okay. Might have missed it. Have you done anything else on that screen with the bees before? I've tried to walk past the bees and gotten killed. That is all I have done there. I have not done anything else with the bees yet. I know there is more to do with them, but I haven't. I tried talking to them, and bees just don't care about talking. Apparently, in general. So that I feel much better about. I'm gonna overwrite this save. But I still have no idea what the heck to do with this shoe. I am going to go by the baker again to see what happens, to see if the mouse and the rat show up again. I still feel unequipped to deal with that situation, but I would like to see what happens. Okay. So still no sign of them here. So, this just continues to be maddening to have like these vague memories of different things you do in this game, but like very few memories of exactly the circumstances and stuff like that. I know there's something to do with the bees at some point. I'm pretty sure we talked to a bee at some point. The specific thing I just thought of is there some reason to like poke the beehive with the stick? Yeah, it's like, I honestly don't know. Like, it's probably better than not having any knowledge of the game in terms of how to get through it, because like, you know, if I was playing this for the first time and I saw that, you know, I would have thrown the shoe at the dog. I would have seen the cat take the rat away and thought, oh, that's weird, and then I go on about the game, and then I just get stuck, and, you know, who knows what I did wrong. So, you know, at least I have something, but it's just, it's very challenging. Okay, so I'm just gonna experiment with this stick. I have no reason to poke at these bees with a stick. It sounds like a terrible idea, but I'm gonna try it. What were you saying, not that I remember about? Trying to remember puzzle games is like living the Mandela effect, yeah. Like, I feel like I have some memory of poking a stick in here. Does that mean it was, you know, maybe I can do it, but it just kills you and it's not a useful thing? Okay, it doesn't even seem to be a thing I can do. Stick in bees, okay. Thank you for clarifying. I'm going to go back to my most recent save then, in which I have a shoe but no stick. So, like, another thing I'm trying to make sense of here is my assumption is that if I see the mouse run away with the rat and don't do anything, if I just continue playing, then I'm in trouble. But at this point, that seems to happen anytime I go... Well, it seems to happen anytime I go in the baker's house and come out, I guess. I'm just trying to figure out what I can safely do and what I need to specifically avoid at this point. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was a path. Is it time to wrap up my video games? I knew that was coming. I was like this close to...
I put a 8-minute warning in chat.
Oh, you did? I completely missed that.
Yeah, I could tell.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, well, I think I'm just gonna have to ponder this one for another week. There it goes again. Like, we can't even do anything while this animation is happening. So we can't, at least at this point, prevent that from happening. Maybe there's something we need to do before that. But I don't know, y'all. We'll have to figure that out next week, and hopefully it won't take me the entire stream. Let's pop over here real quick. And so we have a pretty good list of things to do. We met the prince sitting on a log that's looking for his fiance / princess with long blonde hair. King Graham really wants that gnome kid's marionette. The willow tree is also missing her fiance. I guess she used to be a princess, was turned into a tree, and her fiance was sent away to a far land, so I'm assuming that's a problem we need to help with in some way. We can't see the fortune teller unless we have a gold coin. We have the temple door in the desert, which is something we might want to try to investigate better. Presumably we need to find where the bandits' hideout is, I'm guessing, and get that staff from them so we can go into the temple. And then we've dealt with the dog in one way. I should write a new note here that cat catching rat is probably bad. So that's our next mystery to figure out. We have a nice map of this area. And we also explored the desert. Honestly, I don't know if this is a useful map, but it gives us a vague guide that things seem to be somewhat consistent in where they're located relative to each other, but not entirely. Either that or I'm just extremely bad at keeping track of where I am, but we'll probably need to come back to this, and hopefully this map will at least save us a little bit of stumbling around. And then we had the forest where the witch lives, which we couldn't figure out anything to do there either. So, oh man, this is gonna kill me for the next week. Just thinking about this. Thank you for the map compliments, and thank you for the encouragement, Silver. Schedule. So, a week from today, I will be back at it in King's Quest V. We'll hopefully figure out this this little conundrum here, and next Tuesday I will be playing more Gabriel Knight, The Beast Within. I think we're going to finish up that game. At this point, I'm just going to say I'm going to finish that game. I will not stop playing until I finish that game. We're in the last chapter, and I think we're doing pretty good. I think we'll get there. Also, Unsecret Crush. On Monday, I think she's gonna do all Genshin next week, Monday and Thursday. I believe that is the plan, because there's lots of stuff happening and coming soon. So I'll be hanging out with her for that. Whoop. Things are falling. So thanks y'all for hanging out. It's always great to have you here, and I'm gonna guess Monday is Genshin. Thank you for clarifying. I'm gonna see if we can find someone to raid. Since I went a lot later than usual, we might have some different options that we don't normally have. Let's just take a look here. Oh, here we go. The Flaming Bee frequently has been in chat for our streams. So I think we will stop over and see them. Since this is a rare opportunity to do so. They are playing The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. Which I have to sadly confess to y'all, I have never played that Zelda game myself. But I know it is much loved, and I do hope to finally get around to it someday. It's one of many games, like, I didn't have the opportunity to play it when it came out, and just, you know, so many games to play, and I know I would enjoy it, I just haven't never had the chance. So yeah, we'll head on over there, and I hope you'll come with us, and if not, either way, I hope we'll see you around, and have a good weekend, y'all. Take care of yourselves. Bye. Hi, I'm back. I accidentally pressed the wrong thing. I did a shout out instead of a raid. I just thought I'd explain why nothing is happening. Too many things to think about. There we go. I did it. Bye.